Hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to be here with all of you all and with my most amazing player who I don't actually get to introduce yet because you have to do the thing where you like hype them. And then, there's like a whole process. It's like the whole MC process where you're like, and then you're not supposed to say the name first. You're supposed to say the name last. It's like hype, 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 name. But before we do the hype, 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 hype name, I've got to do the intro. Okay, so intro. Welcome. This is our this is the Academic Foxhole where we tell where we play the RPGs, we play the role-playing games, and we play them I think well. And I'm not going to talk about GMing it, but I'm going to talk about my players who I think they're great. And do this every week, and it's the summer, so I get to do it maybe twice a week. And thank you for being here. We do these games to create fun art and to hopefully also make something that you will enjoy. And you being here is the big deal, so thank you. And if you would like to support us, you can retweet and reskeet, do the social media things, do those things, do the social media things, and then you can also tell your friends, tell them that they're vampires. If they do not arrive, vampires will haunt their dreams, because that is a thing that could happen. You can, it's just a thing. You can also join our Discord. The Discord is where we all hang out. We're a good pro-social community, and there's a whole channel where you can speculate and say things about this here place. There's another channel that has to do with a computer, but you can worry about that later. It is relevant to Seasons of Death, but some people don't know about it. I wouldn't worry about it, and they may find out. That's for later. That's a later Prometheus problem, not a right now Prometheus problem. And let's see, what else do I want to share? You can.
Problems now.
You only have one problem on the deck, so I feel like you could always have more. We have got also, you can give tips and bits. If you give tips and bits, they will go to pay for our players, who are that direction. You can also join our Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, and that will also help pay for the players for all the seasons and any kind of anytime I have to pay somebody else, that's what it goes for. If I'm going to commission art or music or something like that. And let me see. I feel like tweeting. Oh, if you're watching us on YouTube, hi. We had some, pardon me. I'm going to vamp very, very briefly for one moment where I pull up the YouTube because we got YouTube comments.
I didn't even look at the YouTube comments.
Yeah, and I wanted to share them. And why Firefox? That's fine. Let me get to here, and then I can go here. YouTube. I did want to say something else, and it was before we got to YouTube. It was golly gee willikers, what was it now? I had a whole thing I was going to say. I just had a thought, and it was about, and then I pivoted in my mind to this, and then I forgot it. Oh, I remember. We have a special sponsor, that is Will and TW, who is, we have a special sponsor tier on Patreon, which is $200 a month, and that will pay for 4 players for 1 week. And we only have 4 slots, and if you have a slot, you get like a special shout out and a special spot in the credits. And once a month, I'll play a special radio ad for you, honoring you. And we have one sponsor, and that is Will and TW, and I want to give great thanks to Willen. And Willen not only is our sponsor and has been for quite some time, but he also takes notes on our main show. So thank you, Willen. That is very, very nice, and I appreciate it. And I want no filters. So we do have some comments from one of our viewers. So we have a viewer, Sola. Oh, this is like a complicated name, but that means I'm going to just make something up. No, it's not true. Solaufeinzaren. Okay, wait. It's almost German. It's like, Solaufeinzaren. So Solaufeinzaren 2178.
Okay.
Sometimes you look at it and you're like, German. Okay, Solaufeinzaren. uh, 2178, who's a big fan of these one-to-one systems and a big fan of the Cthulhu Confidential, uh,
Mhm.
and is playing through Mask of Nyarlathotep, says, "Internet cafe and cigarettes? Is this playing in the 90s? Hey, if this were playing in the 90s, we would have to have the, for those of you who know, you know, if this were playing in the 90s, we would have to have that EDM, that techno remix of the X-Files theme just going on in the background. That is what we would need, because that was everywhere in the 90s and also great. Uh, that's all I'm gonna say. And then, of course, they recommend the PC game Puzzle Agent, which is an 80s, 90s
Mm.
FBI X-Files kind of knockoff video game, but it's an FMV game, which uses
Mhm.
videos, like actors in videos. I d Ari,
Oh.
have you ever played an FMV video game?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
I've got some things to recommend for you when you have time, some video games to play on the side. I've got some video games for you to recommend.
Excellent. I'll add it to
Oh,
the free list, the to-do list.
because you have so much free time. Yes, thank you for your comments, and liking and subscribing and commenting is lovely, and thank you. Um, Maybe I will be able to become a partnered YouTube person, but even if I don't, what matters is that you make comments, and I always like to share them with the cast, and everybody appreciates it very much. So thank you. All of that said, before I give us the recap of what happened last time, um, I would like to introduce our player. So we are playing Knights Black Agents Solo Ops, which is a game by Pelgrane Press, which is the one-to-one version of the larger Knights Black Agents game. And it is a pretty cool system for one player, one GM. And I mean, the whole system is for everybody, but for big groups. But this particular one is customized for one player, one GM, and it's really neat, really ingenious, very cool. And I am very happy to have a player who I would play with at any time, who is just a phenomenal performer. They are uh, really, for me, I will say that what makes a good player versus a good actor. They're actors who are not good players and players who are not good actors. And what makes for me, is that one of the things that makes the secret sauce for being a good player is that those of you who have been on the stage or et cetera, there are some actors who don't think much.
That's such a nice way to phrase it.
That's just not where they're putting their energy. Do you know what I mean? Like just putting their energy
Yeah,
into other
other
things.
things.
Yeah, they often have spent a good amount of time in the gym, but the point is they're memorizing hopefully their lines, sometimes not, but hopefully their lines have been memorized, uh, and they're blocking, and will do it. You know what I mean? They will do a great job.
Mhm.
But you may not want them as a player in a streamed RPG, because a player in a streamed RPG has got to be thoughtful. Um, in many ways, like multiple ways, not only because challenges are being thrown at you that are not scripted, that you cannot just read the lines for and say, well, haha, Dr. Demento, I win, right? They have to like figure out these things. There's a level of agency and creativity that you don't really get except in like longer form improv, even some short improv, but like longer form is more challenging because you've got to be able to string things together, and streamed
Yeah.
RPGs. So like, and it's a lot of player agency that sadly you don't always get in theater or film, especially if you have directors who are heavy-handed,
Prescriptive? Yes,
prescriptive.
that.
Yeah, uh-huh. Prescriptive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Who have a vision, right? Directors
Well.
with a vision. I'm just saying things that if you know, you know, and that's all. They have a vision, and sometimes that vision also applies to like how you hold your hand, but that's cool. So just
Mhm. She didn't tell me I needed to have alcohol for this, Trooper.
no, this is just your intro. But this is a player. They are so smart, so creative, so bold and fierce, so willing um, to just go for it. They're not timid. And I feel like the best players never, no matter how much they end up falling in love with their characters, are ever timid. So I'm so honored to have with us today one of my favorite people and also one of my favorite players and pals, Ari Venture. Ari, who are you playing and how are you doing? And also, who are you?
Wow. Uh, um, well, a little like, wow, that was an intro. Uh, I totally had the urge to be like, well, who's the other player that's coming on screen? Like, are they coming soon? Um, I absolutely adore working with you, Trooper. Hands down. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There's a handful of GMs that literally any game they ask me for, if I can make it work in my schedule, I 110% will. And you are one of them, sir. Yep,
Fine,
it's true.
fine,
Yes, yes,
fine, fine,
yes, it's true.
fine. It's fine. It's whatever. Who are you playing today?
Oh, right. I'm playing Chrys Reegan. Their codename is Prometheus, and they, as I think we'll probably have more of an intro into the rest of the game where we're
Mm-hmm.
at. But I think some important things to know about them right now are, um, they're an orphan. Their chosen family was harmed, probably dead. They believe dead, or do
That's
they?
convenient. Do they?
Anyway,
Yeah.
they likely dead, I'm sure,
Mm-hmm.
in a vampire attack. And since then, they have been trying to get to the bottom of the Infinity Ledger, which is what kicked off this whole thing in the first place. So that's Prometheus. They're
Are
currently,
you
well,
sure
we're in Spain
vampires are
right now.
real? Yeah, you're in Spain. Do you think vampires are real? I mean, it's the premise of the game, so yes, but that's not the point. Just like to poke. uh, and
I
I
was
am your,
like, I don't know if Chris does, but they do. They
yeah,
do. They're fairly certain.
yeah, and I am. Oh, you know what? I don't have. I should. No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to just staple something together, but I was like, nope. And I'm your GM, TrooperSJP, and I am very happy to be here with you all and with Ari for part 2 of No Grave for Traitors. So I suppose what we should do is have a bit of a recap before we begin, because recapping is important. I have notes.
Vampires are real.
Sure they are. You know what would be really great for Chrys?
What?
If vampires were not real. That would
Actually,
be really
yes.
good. That would be
Then
really good for them.
the dreams would just be dreams. You wouldn't be anything else. You would just see. But everybody else, I'm sure, just sees red eyes staring out at them randomly after everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So let's start with some mechanics that I'd like to share with you. Just for no reason. So, you have a character sheet. And I'm going to show the character sheet to the audience because I just want to show it to them. Because oh yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it super well because of the fact of how everything is. Don't worry about it. So this character sheet is, oh, you know what, actually? No, doesn't matter. So this character sheet is one I made. I'm still working on it. Don't worry about it. But at the bottom of this character sheet, there are these 3 trackers: heat, injury, and shadow. And these are problems that the agent might have to deal with that you never really want to get to 5. You know, these things make your life very difficult if you have them. And the more you have them, the more problems you have, and the more difficult your life is going to be. And maybe you die, or you just like, it's really bad to have lots of those. And you can usually get rid of them in various ways. If you have these things, you have to take time usually. You have to counter these things in various ways. And if you notice on this character sheet, everything's at 0. That is an error.
No, I've been so careful. Damn it.
Have you? So
I thought it was.
let's talk about how you know what those numbers are. I
Okay.
could just tell you, but there are other ways that you generally know because that's actually a really cool thing about this system. Um, and I have been making a lot of assets that one of these days I've got to do something with them because they're so cool, and I want other people who are playing this game to be able to, do something with them. But you know, how you know that you have got perhaps a higher level of one of these things?
Because you've done something that draws attention in some way?
Sure, but how do you track that besides that tracker? Like an easy way
Oh.
that you could tell that maybe you had, one of those.
I mean, the heat
Mm-hmm.
one feels pretty obvious because, like, then you've got
Mm-hmm.
police
Mm-hmm.
recognition in
Sure.
some way, shape, or form.
Sure. Look at
I'm
the roll
missing
20
something.
just one more time. What do you see on our playmat?
I see that I have just one
Hmm.
card
Yes,
and
yes,
one of the tokens.
yes. Say more about that card. What do you notice about that card?
Oh, God. Let's see. Hang on. I gotta
Mm-hmm.
scroll. I gotta scroll and then I gotta
Mm-hmm.
click.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, there was a
Mm-hmm.
way I could click on this last time that you told me
Click
about.
on it and press Z, and it
There
zooms
we go.
in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Crit's
Okay.
Twitch is eyeing the card.
As well, you should. I too am eyeing the card now. I think so. Grave
No, no.
P1B
Look at the
is what
very
caught my
top.
attention.
Just look at the very top.
Problem, starting
Uh-huh.
problem shadow.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, oh, what? Oh,
oh,
it's a
what?
shadow problem. So
Oh
your shadow
no.
is one.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, that is correct. So usually when you get injuries or heat or
dadgummit.
shadow, I'm going to give you a card that represents that. And as long as you have those cards, that means you have those those problems. Um, and this one, the dark call, that's a starting problem, which means it's just not going anywhere at any time soon. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
I hear you. I hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
And so even with my where is my little there it is. There's my sheet. Oh no. I didn't turn off roll 20 from last time. And so it was just logged in when everything was like pulled up and it let me do
Oh,
all of that just now. But when I tried to go back in my character sheet, it was like, you need to log in. Have you tried logging
oh.
in lately?
Yeah, because you're not logged in at the moment. Anyway, I'm just saying that you currently have one shadow. Uh, as far as you know, you might actually have more than one shadow, but that,
That seems very rude of them to not introduce themselves.
uh,
What
yeah,
is
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna say that you don't, as far as you know, you don't have, as far as you know, you only have one shadow, but I'm gonna tell you that you might have two. But, we're just gonna note that. So, at the moment, looking at your sheet, looking at our
Uh-huh.
playmat, you have one. Let's just go with that.
Oh boy.
Let's go
Well,
with that.
we could are there any other ways that I could be aware of heat, injury, or shadow?
Oh, normally I'm just gonna put a card in the thing. If it's not
Okay.
on the deck, then you don't have to worry about it. But I'm
Oh,
gonna tell
okay.
you, you might have to worry about another shadow just out there. Just out there. That's all. Just I wouldn't worry about it too
I,
much, but just well, what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to freak
I
you out. Don't
am
worry
worrying.
about it.
I am
Yeah, yeah,
worrying
I
about
know. That's
this,
what I'm trying to
Trooper.
do.
You know
Just
I'm
trying to
worrying
worry
about
you.
this.
I know. Yeah, yeah.
I
Uh,
I'm scrolling right now to remember the name Hollister. That's right.
Hollister. Now, I will tell you,
Brawl.
you're going to generally know when you get shadow heats and injuries because I'm just going to give you a card for it, but just be aware. So that said, I
Mm,
feel like everything's great and we can
mm.
probably start. I should just throw that out there.
Great. Am I
Let's
right in
talk
thinking
about
I
hmm,
haven't lost any dice right now? Because we had taken some time for
that is
doing all the
correct.
research, so I'm at full dice. Okay, cool.
That is correct.
Excellent.
So there was something I did want to sort of let everybody know where we're at, just like a bit of a recap. Oh, you know what I need? I need a little like doo-doo-doo. Last
Oh,
time
yeah.
on Seasons of Death, Summer, No Grave for Traitors, we have Interpol agent, our Interpol agent, Chrys Reegan, codename Prometheus, who specializes in forensic accounting. They are the desk agent who follows the money. For the last couple of years, our agent, a Kiwi, stationed in the United States on an extended time period, most likely working in conjunction with the CIA, right, in some kind of liaison purposes. As if you're in the States, you're probably doing that, um, interfacing with them a bit. Uh, Although, since you are Interpol, you're probably interfacing with the CIA, MI6, a couple of different agencies, generally speaking. Uh, Working on sort of like a bit of a joint task force, trying to track down Sam Lenko. Sam Lenko, a very elusive, hard to find, very big and important drug dealer, criminal mastermind, mob boss. Um, you know, just a regular average criminal. That's what most people would think. I mean, because I don't know why you wouldn't, but like, well, I mean, not your average criminal, clearly a really important criminal with international connections, most likely dealing with heroin, sometimes also guns, dealing with heroin going from like Afghanistan, the Middle East, where you can get heroin, through to Europe, also to the United States, sort of like a big international drug dealer, one who is very hard to find and very hard to take down. And when you want to take down the mob, you get an accountant. And our Chrys, a trained agent, a trained field agent, but who mostly does desk work, or at least used to, um, was on the trail and spent about 2 years, I believe, if that's correct, just trying to track down where to find and how to get Sam Lenko through the paper trail. And about 1 year ago, they discovered something strange. They discovered that in all of their work tracing the network of financial transactions, they were able to, over the course of that first year, do a pretty good job of mapping what seemed to be like Sam Lenko's assets and the way that they moved money, and a pretty good picture of Sam Lenko's organization made itself known through the hard work of Prometheus. But then, about a year ago, they started noticing some transactions that didn't make any sense. Once you build your network, you can imagine your conspiracy board, you have it all there. Then there were these transactions that went somewhere else that were not connected to this entire network. And over the course of a year, Prometheus started to track these other transactions. And what Prometheus discovered in what they would then come to call the Infinity Ledger was a second network that Sam Lenko interfaced with, was clearly not the center of this second network, but there was a second network that Sam Lenko was connected to that was not this drug network, but what was this other network? And sometime around this moment, around this year, uh, Prometheus started having therapy sessions with a therapist, um, a work-related therapist, a therapist that has a security clearance, so can talk to agents and whatever kind of stress they're having, the doctor. And after really trying to figure out what this was all about, went to their boss with the information that they found. The very next day, after sort of, I mean, it took quite a bit of time to sort of put together the Infinity Ledger and really make a case for that this is something else going on. There's something bigger happening. And once that case was made, the very next day, weirdly, it's probably just a coincidence. I'm imagining. The very next day, when they went to work, their badge didn't work. And as they called their boss, saying, "Hey, I'm outside of the office and my badge is not letting me in. That's kind of weird." And the boss is like, "Oh, just wait right there." And then people showed up. People in suits, dark suits, and also probably armed. You know the kind of people, the people who are moving very quickly. to have a conversation with our agent, who thought maybe they did not want to have that conversation with those people. And so Chrys fled. They went back to their apartment and they found it on fire. They were supposed to have been home already. They went out, right? They went out, they walked the streets. They were supposed to be home by 11. They got home at 11:15. When they got home at 11:15, their entire apartment was on fire. The entire apartment building was burning to the ground. So they went to go visit their best friends, couple, their god kid, and nobody at work really knew about them as far as they knew.
No, and nobody
And
should have.
nobody should have. It's weird that all this happened after you made the case that something else is going. But anyway, get back to that apartment, and when they arrived, the door was cracked open, the front door. They walk in, and there is blood everywhere. They go to search the apartment, and they see the body of one of their dear friends. And over this body, there's a man hunched over, an attacker. And so, of course, Chrys, like the good action agent that they are, rushes forward to attack this attacker covered in blood. And that is when they realize, as the attacker sort of pulls off of their friend, the attacker has fangs. Like in the movies, fangs, but actually seeing them in real life, it's really actually not like the movies. And there was a tussle, but it was not a particularly it was a particularly one-sided tussle, is what I would say. And it also seemed as if maybe Chrys would die. It was a very, very vicious fight. And Chrys, did you have a knife? What did you have on you as a weapon?
That's right. Well, I had my knife. I imagine my Beretta was probably there.
Mm. Yes. I imagine
That's how I
those
got
guns.
this.
Oh, but those were the claws of the creature, really. You know? I said claws. I know humans, and I said creature. That's all. Well, it was a very vicious fight. The gun was knocked away. There was a stabbing with the knife.
Claus
But
is
this
right.
claws. The creature raked Chrys and slashed their arms. There was a lot of blood. The blood of this creature got everywhere. The blood of Chrys went everywhere. Some of that vampire blood got into their system in the claws and the slashes, but Chrys escaped, ran, leaving the body of their best friend, and who knows what else there, and they escaped. It has been about a month or so, and knowing they couldn't go back to work, knowing that their family, their chosen family, is all gone, or at least imagining that they are, they did the one thing that they could do, which was to try to track work. Seems very healthy, like a healthy, I'm not judging, just seems like a healthy reaction just to dive into work, which is to try to track down this other network. They
Absolutely
learned,
healthy.
sure, sure. hmm they had a thread that they decided to pull on, that there was a woman who, British woman, who is like a financial analyst, who seemed to be a courier, like a bagman, who would sort of send money between Sam Lenko to some other place. And they were able to figure out, through a couple of connections they had with MI6 still and their own abilities, to track down that this person, Samantha Curtis, was going to arrive at this hotel in Girona, Spain. And they staked out the place. They realized that this woman was waiting on a package from a company that they found out was Hollister Consulting. And, well, that's an issue for a different moment. And this package, they were waiting on this package. The package should have arrived, but Hollister was slow in sending it out. Slow enough, I imagine, that other people could arrive and set themselves up, uh, if that were the case. And maybe not, who knows. But our agent noticed that they were not the only one observing Samantha Curtis, also former Moroccan heavies, who, due to Chris's experience with Interpol, knows international criminals, and was able to figure out through their work that these 4 heavies are employees of Behar, who is a Moroccan drug dealer and a rival to Sam Lenko. We also know through the work that Chrys has done that Samantha Curtis has been meeting with Luciano Lenko, the nephew of Sam Lenko, every day because, as it turns out, having swiped the paperwork and then returned it, what Samantha Curtis is there to do is to take some paperwork to Sam Lenko, get it signed, and return it. And the paperwork is very simple luxury condo paperwork, i.e. money laundering paperwork is what it is. But these things have to be done. And they're it's very mundane paperwork. Nothing is particularly interesting. There was just like one little blip in there that was probably not meant to be there, was not meant to signal anything, but if you are a really good forensic accountant, that you might pick up on it. And that is that there is regular payments going between Sam Lenko and this network, usually through Hollister, but on a regular account with a regular amount of money. It seemed to be like the regular process of laundering drug money into this group, right? But on the night of the attack, 1 month ago, when whatever that creature was in the United States, Hollister pressed for a transfer of much more money than normal and out of sequence, like not within the regular. It was like a out of time, not the right time and not the right amount of money. Way more money than normal and not when it was supposed to come. It just happened to be the same day that attack happened. And Chrys knows that amount of money is a large enough amount of money that it would raise flags for financial law enforcement. Watchdogs. That's the word. Thank you. That's the word. It's like watchdogs. So whatever it was a bit risky. Right. And it meant something that was done. But it wasn't it wasn't like the smoking gun in the paperwork that was meant to go across. That just happened to be there because you couldn't kind of get rid of it. But the paperwork itself that's not what the paperwork was about. That was just something that Prometheus was able to decide. With the paperwork arrived, Samantha called Luciano. They had a conversation. Luciano is going to arrive in about 2 hours at this hotel, this boutique hotel, to take Samantha Curtis to a private party at a private villa where Sam Lenko will be to sign the paperwork. And so this is where we begin we're going to draw back our curtains with about an hour or so before Luciano Lenko is going to come and pick up Samantha Curtis to take her to this private party where Sam Lenko will be. Sam Lenko, the person that Prometheus has been tracking and shadowing for the last 2 years, but who now seems like they might be just a small part of something larger. And if they are to find out what that larger thing might be, they might need to have a conversation with Sam Lenko. And so, my agent, what are you gonna do?
Well, I think it's time to deal with the Moroccan guys, because if they're going after the package, which seems odd considering what I know of the package, I want to stop them before then. Either way, I don't want to deal with them when I'm trying to have a conversation with Sam Lenko. So, you said they're 2 on, 2 off, right? If I remember correctly, 2 of them are resting while 2 of them are there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
although now that the package is here, that might be different.
That might be different. So I think that's the first thing, is to like go take a look and see if the 2 guys are still there. If it's just 2 guys still there outside the hotel or where they were sitting before.
Mm-hmm. So when you look out, you've already seen them before.
Mm-hmm.
they are not there. The arrival of Luciano at the hotel early, out of sorts, seems to have changed their routine.
I had tracked them back to where the other two guys were staying, right? I thought I had, but maybe I hadn't.
They probably have more than one place, right? You've seen that they've got a couple different places, right? They've got taxis. They've got they seem to have a spot, like an apartment that's right across from the hotel, so they can watch that way. They've got like multiple vectors with which to watch, but you also, since they had places by a couple of cafes, because they were there in multiple different cafes, because Luciano and Samantha have met at different cafes every day, and they seem to be able to have plausible places, which, by the way, they're not from here. You know that Morocco. Because you saw their plane tickets, right? Their plane reservations. Yeah. So they got here early enough to, it seems, set things up. I will also note that the package arrived only one day after they finished setting up all of the places that you have found.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with 2 hours, I probably don't have time to go track them into and look at every single place. Instead, I think I'm going to secure. Man, I'm so tempted to go have a conversation with Luciano, but I think that will just tip Sam Lenko off into running and hiding, and I don't want to do that. So, do in the places that are nearby that I could get to within the next hour, do I see anybody at those places?
You're gonna give yourself an hour, so you have an hour to get back?
So that I have an hour to do something else with.
Yeah. No. Okay. You don't. Which is interesting. I will also note, I will say this though, what you have noticed is that they have shut down a lot of their spaces, right? It seems like they're clearing out. So when you go to these places that you've tracked down before, you've noticed like, oh, they've checked out of that place. They've checked out of that place. While you were like, oh, let me go track them down. They have been shutting down their tracks. You don't think it's because of you. You don't think that I think it's because of the package. Yeah. It is yours. You get the sense that they are planning a move and they want to make sure they've cleaned up any mess back here before they do. Right. You also know that the party is outside of town. You don't know where outside of town, but that was mentioned in the conversation. Right. I'm debating either because I don't think I can stop these guys from whatever that is that they're about to do at this point, unless there's like, I'm gonna have to just stop them as we're en route because I don't know where they are and I don't have enough time to do that. But I do need to be able to follow these people without getting a whole lot of suspicion. So I'm going to get a Vespa or something that I can use to follow them, and I'm gonna get local clothing so that I can blend in, and it just looks like I'm another like person running around Spain, headed somewhere to get something done. And then, yeah. I just have a question. How are you going to do that? I'm thinking about stealing it because I mean, unless like, correct me if I'm wrong here. Does Chrys have access to a whole lot of money? That I could just buy something or rent something? See, these are good questions. You know, you're kind of in a bit of a state. You've kind of been burned a little bit. You don't have huge amounts of money.
Yeah.
You know, that's a little bit tricky. I would say that's a little bit of a tricky situation. So why don't we talk about for a moment? Let's do a. I feel like we should do a test.
Okay.
I think we do a test right now. Is what we do. I feel like that will be exciting. There are many different ways to do this test, different kind of skills that we would use, but I think this will be preparedness because you've been here for a while.
Okay.
You know, this is just, and this is, you're not getting anything that's like really out of the ordinary or strange. So I feel like we are just going to be looking at a preparedness test. So if you would make your preparedness, and I feel like this is going to be something like a quick test.
Okay.
Well, no, we'll make it a full test. We'll make it a full test because I want to, because I want to. This is going to be preparedness to see whether or not you can gather the things together that you need. And
Will this
advanced
the
7.
things that I need? Okay, the things that I need, can that also include? Because I imagine Chrys has like a knife, but getting a weapon, you know, to travel international would have been harder. Can this also
it would
include
have.
having a weapon with
Oh,
them?
that would be a little bit different
Okay. Okay.
because that's a bit not normal sort of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
That, my friend, would be, you need to find a contact is what you would need for that. That would be a network roll.
Okay.
Would you like to find a contact to get stuff?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a network roll instead.
Okay, so this is going to be network 7.
Okay.
And remember, by the way, everybody,
Can I?
in this system, we roll 1 die at a time. Because if you get, if you make your advanced number and you still have dice left over, you get a push. And by the way, I just would like to note, there are a couple things we can do here just to ponder this. This is your network skill to find a contact that you might have in this city, to see if you can find one. Because you've been you've been around the world. If you like, that means you have 2 dice to roll. Your advanced number is 7. You do not know what your setback number is. And you have an extra problem if you'd like it.
Can I do a stunt or do I just have the problem? Well, I don't want to do a stunt, actually.
And also no stunts.
Even if I have the option. Also no stunts. Okay, just a problem.
You also don't have to, you don't have to choose the problem yet. You can also wait. It's up to you.
And I need a 7 to clear this?
That is correct. And this is you searching the city for a contact. You don't have a lot of time to do it.
I'm going to take an extra problem. This might be reckless, but let's do it.
Okay, so you have 3 dice to roll.
Here we go. First one.
A 3. Describe looking for, searching this old city that's not too far from Barcelona to see if you can find somebody who could get you equipment. You haven't found it yet, but tell me what it looks like.
Since this is a 3, halfway there kind of thing, I think that it starts with Chrys going to, there's this pawn shop that they've passed a couple of times, and the person who's there tends to get a little skitterish whenever there are more police type folks around. And so Chrys is thinking, oh, I need to start there. And so this is them like getting to the pawn shop getting past, the kid that works at the front desk to actually talk to this guy.
You have 2 dice left.
Oh boy. Oh man, I'm gonna need all 3, I guess.
You are, which means no push, but that's fine.
That's fine. Or I could take it here, and it would be another.
True.
What do I get? Another problem if it's not an advance.
If it's not an advance, then the thing is, you didn't make your advance number with dice left over, so you're not going to get the push. In order to get the push, you have to make the advance and have dice left over.
And have dice left over. Okay, never mind that. Then I think this is just, the tea that happens in Spain. Everyone's everyone's sitting down for coffee. And so Chrys and this proprietor sit down and have a cup of coffee and start to talk about all the things. And Chrys is trying not to shake their leg to say that things are in a hurry. They're trying to be respectful of the customs and time. But at the same time, they're like, would you just give me a fucking gun?
Well, and also all the other things and a 6.
And now the 6 shows up.
By the way, I'm just going to note that this is the die that comes with your heat problem. Just throwing that out for you.
Oh boy.
So as you are talking, right, a man comes out and he is weirdly aged, right? He's that kind of person that is either a really old looking 30 or a really young looking 40, right? That kind of person who either has had a hard life or has had a really easy life, right? It's really that kind of good skin, right? But again, a kind of a difficult to set. And you have met this person before, you know them. They're a pawn shop owner. And this person here looks at you and smiles, and as you are talking, you notice some police sort of walk by the shop and notice you, right? As they sort of walk by, and they kind of just sort of they're probably watching the pawn shop, just wanting to see who's there, who's not, right? And you just notice that you have been noticed. They don't do anything, they don't approach you, they just are aware of you. So you do advance. Let's talk about this, shall we? I'm going to have to give you some things. I'm going to do this way first. Let me save this. I've got some things to give you. I'm gonna get a blank card if you don't mind, because a blank card I will update this later. Let's just drag this here. Let's get you a contact card if you don't mind. I'm gonna give you. This is your first contact, and I'm going to. Yeah. Well, the first contact that you know of. Don't worry about it. And
you saying that, I'm like, wait, I didn't have it. That's a good point. I didn't make a contact out of the desk lady.
No, you didn't. But also, that would be a slightly different situation. But also, that wasn't who I was talking about. So, let me just go and.
Oh, fun!
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I'm doing good. I feel like I just made a contact with the vampire person related thing, and I'm very excited.
Maybe not.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No. Who would I? No.
You would no. Okay, come on.
I might. Somebody else maybe. But you know what? That's okay. You'll find out later. Don't worry about it. Am I blue? Am I?
Oh yeah. That's definitely how that sentence is gonna finish.
So I'm gonna put some things down. That's
here. That's right, crit witch.
Maraca. Yeah. So I'm gonna give you because we are here, I'm gonna write some stuff down and I'm gonna put it on this card, and then I'm gonna attach it to this card so that it's there, and I will give you a better version. But let's put some things here on the table, shall we? Let's see. let's put some text here. So, you have a contact. I'm going to have to ask you a question, though, because that's how this works. But...
Okay.
So, we have Diego.
The only name that could come to mind was Escobar, and I don't think that
No, Chrys. Let's just say we'll call Diego a fixer. Do you feel like that's fair? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, a fixer.
Yes.
I'll take a fixer. I'd love a fixer.
Yeah, we're gonna go with fixer. That seems like a not problematic. That's a good way to call it. So
Yeah,
Diego
sure
Chrys has the skills, accounting, forgery. Probably going to need to put this on different lines. Forgery. And I'll make a nice card for you. Forgery, negotiation.
Okay, excellent.
Streetwise. And they also have the skill shooting 1 and preparedness 2. Those are the skills they have. This is...
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Preparedness, and what was the other one?
Shooting 1 and preparedness 2. I'm going to put that right there.
Thank you.
So this is your contact at the moment. I'm probably going to have to make a note, but we're not done. You now have a contact. That's great. You should be happy about that for so many reasons. But
So happy.
there's a thing here when you get contacts, and it says here, I'm just going to read this out loud, just so you know.
Okay.
Please pick one of the following. So now you have a contact, and please pick one. If you had gotten a setback, you would have found the contact, but you wouldn't like the pick ones that I have as options for you.
Oh goodness. Well, I'm really glad I don't have a setback.
Those pick one options are different. So this one is, because it was in advance, you get different pick one options. Pick one. Either the contact is someone you know and trust, or the contact owes you a favor from a previous encounter, which is a free push, or you've got blackmail or other leverage over the contact, which is another free push, or the contact is unusually influential, highly placed, or skilled. Which would you like? I will note, the first option, which does not include a free push, is that there's somebody you know and trust. None of the other options have that. The other options give you pushes, but not the knowing and trusting. So either you know and trust them, no free push. Mm-hmm. They owe you a favor from a past encounter, free push. You've got blackmail material on them, also a free push. Or they're unusually influential, highly placed, or skilled. I think that's probably not the case for them because they're just basically a good arms dealer. But yeah, what would you like?
Ooh,
I'm also going to see if I can do this.
Oh man, I know it doesn't give me a free push. Well, I'm tempted to go with it. I'm in between owe me a favor or being someone that I know and trust. Just to pull back the curtain for chat a little bit here. I think knowing and trusting somebody, even though it doesn't come with a free push, that's just interesting to me to have with somebody who is an orphan, who doesn't really, is not really connected to anybody else in the world. Whereas I feel like owe me a favor is more in line with what I would expect. But having someone they know and trust is interesting.
Okay.
So I'm in between those two. I think owe me a favor is more in line with
Depends.
That's the thing, is it would just be so interesting to have somebody that Chrys knows and trusts. Okay, I know it's not going to give me a free push, but I think for there to be very few people in the world that Chrys knows and trusts, but Diego is one of them.
Okay.
We're gonna do that.
In that case, now I just have to group those things.
Actually, no. Okay, I think it's more in line. It's more in line with the character to have the favor. I don't think they trust anyone. We're gonna do the favor.
Okay, I'm a little worried about you, but that's fine.
You should be. You should be
I feel
very
like
worried.
you need friends. Do you know what I'm saying? I just feel like not having friends is maybe not the best thing ever.
To be fair,
people you know
the last friends I had were eaten by vampires. So while we're talking about the value of friends, we should also talk about the value of death.
That's a. Again, I feel like I am still quite worried about you. Here's a new push. There you go.
There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I'm going to be giving you a heat card, by the way, so you can increase your heat by 1. I will give you a heat card. You just don't have one at the moment, but I'll give you one. So, as you are standing there, Diego, who I would say is androgynously handsome. Again, a lot about Diego is somewhere in between places, right? Not exactly young, not exactly old, not exactly handsome, not exactly not handsome. Like that kind of like, you know, like a good character actor who you're like, are they good looking or not? I'm not, maybe? You know what I mean? Like where you're like, yeah. And you're like, some angles, yes, some angles, no. And you're like, huh. And I need to ask, why does Diego owe you a favor? Oh, I'm sorry. You owe Diego a favor.
Oh, I'd owe Diego a favor?
Yeah. So the options are, to be very clear, so sorry.
Okay.
I'll give you the choice again. So it's either, it's either you know and trust this person, or you owe them a debt or favor, or you have blackmailed them. You have some sort of blackmail material or leverage over them. No, I'm sorry. I lied. I was right the first time. They owe you the setback. The setback is you owe them a favor for setback.
Okay.
On the advance, either they. So what did you do so that they owe you a favor? Tell me what happened in the past. What happened?
I think we actually met each other back when I was helping out MI6 for a while.
You were liaisoning with them at some point, like you were now liaising with the CIA.
Yeah, exactly. And I was in the UK, and Diego was running some guns over there as well, under the table. And it was one of those things where he I found out what he was doing, and I knew enough of the scope of what he was doing that the favor that he owes me is that I didn't expose him to anybody else. But I didn't expose him explicitly. Oh man, I guess, wait, no, that's not really owing a favor. That's more blackmailing.
I'm just kind of wanting to know, like, what kind of person you are, you know?
This is true.
And I also want to know about your relationship with Diego. That's another thing I want to know.
Well, I think when they met in London, it was a very friendly relationship. Like they've probably slept together.
But yet you don't know and trust him. Okay.
No, I don't trust anybody.
I see. But that also means
that's right, Critwitch. I love numbers. Numbers are black and white. Numbers exist or don't exist.
I just need to point out something. When we say known and trusted, that doesn't necessarily mean that. Yeah. That also means, how do I put this? That they're not trustworthy.
Oh, that I trust them?
It's not just that you have trust issues. It's that they are not necessarily, like, if you take known and trusted, that means you can trust them because they are trustworthy. It's not about your trust issues. It's about whether or not they are trustworthy. But you did not pick that. So I'm just...
No.
Just going on.
And I'm sticking by that choice. I'm definitely sticking by that choice.
Great. So you've had a bit of a fling hanging out
We've had
in
a fling,
London.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the favor is that so instead of going down the blackmail, yes, exactly, except for imaginary numbers. Those can't be trusted. Those don't exist. They're imaginary. Thank you.
Go on.
Yeah, I think it comes from this. So instead of the blackmail route, so they did not find out about all of Diego's business. This is just somebody that they met in London, had a great fling with while they were taking care of things with the CIA or with MI6. And the favor is that they found out that MI6 was no, they found out that the actual police were about to close in on Diego, and they said, like, you can get out of the UK now. This is your chance. And so that's the favor, is that they helped him escape getting caught, even though they live on the other side of the law.
Really? Well, that's interesting.
I thought so too.
Huh. Did you... Huh. That seems like a... Do you... I would just move on, but I would like to ask, is that a thing you do normally?
No.
Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. So, there's Diego, and he says, what do you, it is good to see you.
Hello. I didn't think you'd be back here.
Well, I have been traveling. I did not realize you were here. If my front desk person would have told me, I would have ushered you into the back much more quickly. Are you here long?
No. If I'd known you were here, I would have said hello earlier.
I am surprised to see you. It is good to see you.
It's good to see you. I'm looking for some things. Well, business. Pleasure later, if I'm back in town.
All right. So what do you need?
And they'll pass over like the list of the type of weapon that they're looking for. You know, a good, not Vespa, because I don't know that they necessarily go that fast, but like a good like motorcycle type. Yeah. And then clothes.
Looks at the gun, no reaction. Looks at the motorcycle, also no reaction. Looks at the clothes. Okay.
I mean, I could buy them myself, but if you're getting everything else, I'm on a bit of a timeline here.
Right. I also know your size. You're lucky that I owe you a favor. This will be expensive. I don't mean the gun. I mean the clothes. Looks like you're doing something fun.
Yes. Doesn't it just? Are you doing anything fun later?
Maybe. So this is where we have to have a conversation about contacts. This is where we have to have a conversation about contacts.
Let's have that conversation.
Yeah. Contacts are super interesting. They can be very, very helpful. Generally speaking, contacts do not hang out with you. You know what I mean? They don't go where you're going, so they are not alongside. However, you can sometimes convince a contact to come with you if you have a good relationship with them. And if you spend a push. I'm just noting that.
Well, he does have shooting at 1. And he does have negotiation and forgery, which could be awesome. I also think it's hilarious that the person that Chrys slept with also has an accounting as a skill set.
I kind of feel like that probably is not surprising. Probably says something about your, like birds of a feather.
Work just bleeds into life. That's just how it is.
By the way, I'm just going to note that push that you got is only usable with Diego.
Oh, well, let's use that push with Diego then.
You would like now, before we go further,
Mm-hmm.
that means that he will be with you.
And I don't really trust him.
No, I just mean that he will be with you. And that could be really great for you.
Right.
And maybe sometimes not great for him.
So this is where Callus Ari goes. Well, isn't it rough to be an NPC in a game?
Well, all right then. So he says, well, I'm somewhat free. I have just checking through, what do you call it? Inventory, but if you would like to go to dinner or something, I would be happy to close up shop early.
Not dinner. Maybe a party.
Okay. That means I also need clothes.
It's true.
Okay,
And a gun.
And a gun. That also I could do. Tell me, you know what? I'll drive. I'll get a better car than a motorcycle. What do you, where should we meet? And how much time do I have? The guns I have, the cars I have, the clothes will take a little bit of time, but where should I meet you?
Well, we have 45 minutes left. And they'll pass over the name of the hotel.
Oh, you're staying there. I won't ask questions.
I don't leave a boring life.
No, you don't. I do need to ask you about anything you've noticed recently on the drive, wherever we're going, I have a tricky thing with double blind books that I thought you would find interesting. Yes, it's a small thing about an accounting trick I learned recently when I was traveling. It's not that big of a deal, but I was in Tunisia. You know what? We'll talk about this on the drive. I have 30 minutes to get these clothes.
Yes,
Okay.
please. I'll meet you there, and we'll be following someone discreetly. So, a vehicle that can do that.
Okay. In the city, outside of the city?
Probably outside, eventually, but in the city
eventually.
and then moving outside.
We'd probably need speed then, yes?
I think so.
You're a better driver than I am. I'll get the car, you'll drive.
Excellent.
Okay. It was very nice to see you again. And he writes out just like a receipt and gives you a small package for you to take when you leave the shop. And it just it looks like it's like a tourist tchotchke, right?
Yeah.
It's like a little statuette of the big cathedral here. It's like one of these little tourist tchotchkes of the cathedral.
I think Chrys will take a step forward, and if he allows, they'll give him a kiss before heading out the door. And they'll
he blushes a bit, right? Because it's right? He just blushes he's kind of like a dangerous arms dealer pawn fixer type. But then when you give him a kiss, he just blushes, and he's always been that way. He's like this big talker, and you've seen him flirt with other people and just sort of be around, but he always ends up blushing whenever Chrys shows up. It's just one of those little things about him.
I think Chrys will just their hands will do that thing on the edge of the here, and then they'll be like, I'll see you in a bit, and they'll duck out the door with their tchotchke.
And with that, you head back to the hotel. You now have, you have a contact who is going with you. So about this, just so you know, all of the skills that Diego has, you can always consult him on any of those investigation skills. Let me put this over here so it's a little bit clearer.
Well, fingers crossed he's still around for me to consult with him on that later.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He can
But I
shoot.
will. Yeah. He can shoot. I will also note, just for the record, that 2 of those skills, shooting preparedness, are not investigative skills. Those are general skills. And general skills, they're not things you consult like that. But if he is with you and you need to roll those skills, preparedness or shooting, you get to add his dice to your roll because he is helping you.
All right.
That's what's really great about having them with you. So anyway, as you
So what I'm hearing is it was a very good idea to potentially kill this guy. Hopefully not.
I'm just saying that sometimes people die and sometimes, well, you'll find out later. So anyhow,
They turn into vampires.
No, it's just, it's just, we're gonna find out what kind of person Prometheus is. So
I think we know a lot now.
And
sorry,
about a half hour before Luciano Cruz is going to meet up with Samantha Curtis, a car pulls up. It is it's like a slightly older car. It's like a Peugeot, right? It's not particularly flashy. It looks a little like it's a nice car, but it's what, how do I put this? The same way that Diego could either be young or old, handsome or not handsome. It's also a car that could either be an expensive car or not an expensive car, right? It's one of those cars that's right in the middle. It's like a sedan that you could think of it as being like, it kind of passes as either a sort of standard normal car or maybe a down tempo, that's the wrong word, version of a rich car. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can imagine a rich person driving this car or somebody who's not a rich person driving this car, and it would kind of work either way. If you were like, I'm a rich person, people would buy that you would be in this car. It's not your like big fancy car, but maybe your side car. But if you were just a regular person, people might think this may be your nicer car, right? So it kind of fits, again, that kind of ambiguous space in the middle of those things.
So what I'm hearing is he did a very good job.
Yes. And he is wearing a tuxedo.
Nice.
But it is a tuxedo with like it's black, but the shirt is it's like a blue, but there's no tie. It's like and the shirt itself is sort of like a shirt without a collar. It's like a collarless sort of like a shirt that's kind of like it's one of those blues that is like not a boring blue, but kind of like a, like it's got like a nice, it's a little bit silkish, it's got like a really nice color to it. If you know what I mean, it's like one of those colors you're like, oh, that's a really interesting blue that sort of is close enough to the black, but different enough that kind of they have like a nice sort of interaction with each other. And there is this package, sort of long package for you to change into.
I think. Well, excellent. You want to come up? They'll say as they like pick up the package to go change.
Sure, but I don't think you have a room at that hotel.
Oh, right. Where have I been? I thought I was staying at that hotel. I thought I was staying in another room there.
No, I think you've been stalking that hotel.
That's true.
Don't actually know where you're staying.
Okay, so this whole time I thought I was staying at that hotel to be nice and settled, but then I guess we're staying across the street at the Lord Divey Hotel that's right across the street.
Where the Moroccans were also staying, or at least some of them were. Yes,
absolutely.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
But you both didn't realize you're both staying at the same Divey place until... No. No, I love that.
But that was like the first hotel room that I went to double check on when they disappeared. Was like, okay, wait, are they in the hotel? No, they're not in the hotel. Okay, well.
I'm just going to point out that both of you had rooms that face the hotel. You're probably side by side, both observing your targets right next to each other without knowing that you're both there. Just going to put that out there. I want you all to imagine a scene of like, and then right next door, these Moroccan hired guns also looking. Just know it. So he will he will come up with you to your sort of, divier hotel, wink at the reception desk as he sort of follows you up.
And they'll just get changed. There's not enough time for, I think, anything else to happen, but.
But I need to know what your outfit is, because that's important.
Yes. So this is, they are also wearing a tux. But it's like it's less a tux and more like a pantsuit kind of thing with a nice, long matrix style looking coat over the top of it. Like this looks like it's, like Italian couture, something that was designed, but most likely Diego, I feel like probably just knew enough based off of what Chrys had said to find two pieces that worked. So it's like a pantsuit with a overcoat on top of it. And the pantsuit is very it's all black. All of the colors are all black. The pantsuit does not have any sleeves on it. But the long coat that goes over the top, matrix style, does have long sleeves. And it's a very nice material too.
Okay. By the way, I'm just gonna put this problem right there for you, and while we're hanging out, I'm just gonna,
Oh boy! Oh no! Does my hurt tracker go up with this, or my injury tracker go up with this?
I'm sorry, not hurt. I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. I got the wrong one for you. So sorry. It's not hurt. It's heat.
Oh, I have the heat tracker up. I moved that one up already.
Yes. Yeah, and let me just get you a heat card. One of the things that I shadow hurt. We'll just put. This is more like a generic one. That's fine. I will just. I'll get you a good one, but I have one for you.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Happy times.
I think so. So.
I don't, but that's okay.
Yeah. You have a heat problem, and it's not. Okay. So your heat should be 1, and your shadow should be 1. And let's just get you. I'm going to write this down as we go. So he's got this car, and he slides into the passenger seat and opens the door for you so you can come and sit in.
And they'll slide in, and then they will shift the car so that we're in an alley where we can see when the pickup happens and be able to follow.
And you wait, and it's not too long before Luciano shows up in a car that's a little bit flashier than maybe it should be. And Luciano opens the door, and you see Samantha Curtis come in with this briefcase. And they get into their car, and they begin to take off. I'm going to need some things from you.
Excellent.
As you both begin to drive. They take off, they start driving out through the city and out of the city. Out of this beautiful medieval city out towards the countryside. And the roads wind into the foothills, the Pyrenees. And you are driving sort of farther, and it's beautiful. And can you guess if it's a sports car that he's driving?
Wait, can I? So I think it would be a sports car.
It's absolutely a sports car.
Okay.
And it's also an embarrassing sports car. But I'm just asking if you could tell already from what you know about Luciano.
Is?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I feel like it's probably not this. It's probably whatever the Honda Civic equivalent is because there are Honda Civics that are sports cars, but it's like whatever that equivalent is for ultra rich in Spain.
Yeah.
I
will note that your car does not look like it has a good engine. Right?
Okay.
It looks like a bit of a pokey car. It does have a good engine. You can tell as you're driving, you're like, oh. Diego did some work on this engine. It's nice.
I think Chrys, once they realize it's a good engine, I want to say they like just give Diego a look, and then they like pat his leg like
blushes a little.
Nice job.
And he just sort of like takes out his pistol and starts cleaning it. Just a little distraction. I need a roll for you.
Excellent. What would you like me to roll?
sense trouble, if you don't mind.
Okay. Here we go.
I am going to ask you a question. So I suppose I should just say the advance is a 9.
Ooh, I kind of want to take a stunt with this to do this. Is
There
there a
are
stunt available?
either driving or surveillance.
Let's do a driving stunt.
That will give you an extra die. I'm going to say there is the possibility of getting more dice.
Ooh, okay.
It's not an extra problem. It is an extra. Well, you can think of it as an extra problem. Just think of it as an extra problem. That's what I would say. It's not an extra problem, but functionally it's an extra problem. And you don't have to decide now.
I will absolutely take that.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I might regret this later. Chat, should I take this or not? Can we do a poll?
Yes.
Because I kind of want to take it, but maybe I want to have input from chat here.
I just pressed the wrong button. Chat, some people here will see it. I pressed the wrong button, which is terrible. I accidentally pushed the button for pre-roll ads, not the button for the poll. So we have to, so you're going to have to decide, actually, is what happens.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well then I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna absolutely do it. We might regret this later. And chat, you can tell me later that you would have made the other choice if this is bad for us. But I absolutely, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take the extra problem.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you how it is that you need to get this extra problem.
Okay.
Because technically it's not a problem, but it is a problem. So now Trig asks, can you roll first and only take the problem if you need it? Yes. Yes.
But I have to hit I have to hit a 9?
You have to hit a 9. You have 3 dice.
And I have 3 dice.
Right. So you have to reduce, click the stunt for your surveillance. And then also you'll have to, and also reduce one of the dice for your sense trouble, because that's going to be reduced now. So at the moment you have 3 dice.
Oh, am I doing surveillance or driving? Because I thought I was going to do driving.
This is sense trouble. Well, actually.
For the stunt.
For the stunt, I thought you were stunting surveillance.
Oh, I was going to stunt driving.
Drive? In which case you do not have the option of that problem. Okay.
Oh, interesting. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
So, and remember, whichever thing you stunt is something you're not going to have those dice for later.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm too curious about this problem. Okay, we're just gonna, I didn't want to eat up surveillance because I think it will be useful later. No, I'm gonna keep it with driving. We're not gonna eat surveillance.
Really? Are you sure?
No, I really want, I know you're being, okay, nope, we're gonna do it because I'm too curious about what this thing could be. We're gonna do surveillance instead of driving. And yes, I will roll the first couple of dice just to see what it is, and then
but
the first
again,
dice.
This is the tricky part about this game. Because trigger treats, like, you can roll first and then take it only if you need it, but if you do that, you're not going to get an extra push, right? Because you have to have dice left over. Well, you might get an extra push. It depends on whether you hit the number of those 3 dice.
I think I can roll the first one safely. It's the second one that I start to get into the question mark, right?
Yeah.
Of if I lose the push or not. So let's roll the first one and see where we land. I'm doing this with surveillance.
Surveillance. Oh, 1. Okay. So I will say, as you are driving, you are concentrating on following Luciano Lenko's car. Not to get too close, not to get too far. And he's driving very fast. So you have to really sort of concentrate to be able to keep up with him without looking like you're following him. Continue.
Oh,
Your next die. You have 2.
I am absolutely just going to take that problem, not problem. Yes.
I see.
Yes. I only have a 1 on here.
Okay. Roll your next die.
Oh,
That's
no.
a 4.
We might not even get this thing.
Well, right now you
Oh.
have one more die, but you are now officially saying that you're going to take the problem. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I'm going to give you a new card, and you're going to be able to deal with this, yeah?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah. I do need to actually get I want to give you the official card because I made one. I just didn't build it out for you. I didn't put it into Roll20, but I'm going to do that after break.
Okay.
When we come back, you're going to see what card you're given, but I'm going to tell you, you're going to have to call out for help.
Who could help me? Well,
That's a great
maybe...
question, isn't it?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you want me to wait to roll this third dice until we come back from break?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
You're sitting at a 4. And
that's not good.
You need a 9. And you know somebody who could probably help you when it comes to surveillance. If you can reach them. They did say if ever you needed them, you just had to go to their office.
This is true. This is very true.
You are driving, so maybe going to their office is not a great idea.
I don't think that's yeah.
But maybe you could still talk to them.
I don't understand my therapist.
You don't, but maybe you should.
Oh, no.
Maybe you should talk to your therapist and see if they can help you out with surveillance.
Ooh.
But that would be weird.
That would be weird, wouldn't it? That would be weird.
I guess we'll just have to find out when we come back from break, everybody. When we come back from break, maybe Chrys is going to talk to their therapist, and then we're going to go to a party. Bye, everybody. We'll be back in 10. Hello, we're back. I hope you all stretched and got ready. I was able to pull a couple of things around. We now have 2 cards on the playmat. If you would turn over the problem card.
Ta-da!
That's your heat. That's your heat.
Oh, no. Counter by pushing electronic surveillance. Okay, fair.
Okay, so you have that heat
Fair.
problem. And, but now let's talk about the fact that you only have a 4. You have 1 die left to roll, and you are doing a sense trouble roll.
I'm very worried about this. I feel like I should just roll it. You should just rip the Band-Aid off. You shouldn't worry about the Band-Aid. You should just rip it off.
Actually, I believe that you can actually stunt with either driving or surveillance for this. I believe.
Oh, I can stunt?
I believe so. With either one. Because I forgot what's on the backside of that card, but I can't look. But I believe, I know it's on the backside of the card, but I can't remember which, you know what? You need to talk to your therapist.
Okay, well, that's a whole other question entirely, but yes.
Yes.
So
Tell me how you do it. Your therapist seems to have eyes everywhere. So how do you contact your therapist as you're driving?
So as we're driving,
Get a prickle in the back of your neck.
2 hands back on the wheel, feel the prickle, and Chrys just has this like moment, and they will and then they'll like do that sort of, not look up above the, because they need to keep their eyes on the road, but like glance up for a split second, and they'll think, well, if this works, I'd like to have a conversation with you.
You reach out to your therapist. I'm just noting how that worked. Please flip over that card.
Should be really worried about this. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, he's really handy.
Why don't you just read that card out? Why don't you?
Let's see. So this is a shadow contact.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, could you please increase your shadow?
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Here's I'm just gonna increase my shadow real fast.
That was the how it's quasi a problem. Go ahead.
It is quasi a problem. I wouldn't even, I mean, that's yes, Crit Rich, your concerns are 100% valid. This is the doctor psychologist. They treated the agent before they were burned and after, ? They come with bullshit detector, diagnosis, forensic pathology, pharmacy. They also have 2 in medic, 2 in sense trouble, and 1 in surveillance.
Yes, that's right. So you can stunt either driving or surveillance, either one, because this is a sense trouble roll, which means your doctor's skill of sense trouble 2 add as dice.
Oh, to your nice.
Roll.
Okay. So do I still only have 3 dice, or do I have 4 dice now?
5 total. You've spent 2.
5?
Because you get to add the 2 dice from the doctor's sense trouble to your roll.
Isn't that lovely? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here goes the next one.
Make that next roll. Because the doctor is not yet involved yet. You're now still, these are your, this one here is from your stunt. Are you stunting surveillance or driving right now? Because you can do either one.
Stunting, I think I stunted surveillance. I switched over to stunting surveillance. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll.
Oh,
that's a
man.
3,
yeah.
Which is a 7, which is not the 9.
Right. It's not the 9.
But this is still all of your own, this is still working on your own power. And you're driving. And you see mostly the car ahead of you. But you decide, you have a bad feeling though, and you decide to call out to the doctor. And you hear a voice in your ear as if you have a headset on. It's like a phone call.
Oh.
Wait, we cannot do this without
we
the
need
most
your
important
pipe.
thing. Yes,
it's
I need
so
my
necessary.
pipe.
Ah, thank you. Thank
you. You're giving me a call. What's going on, Chrys?
I'm following one of Sam Lenko's men, nephew, I think. Something isn't right. There were some Moroccans, from Bayfair's crew that were here as well. I wasn't able to remove them from the equation. I don't know where they are right now, but something isn't right.
I see. How are you feeling? Please roll a die. You've got 2 dice. 2 more dice you get to roll. These are coming from the doctor.
Okay.
Who?
Oh.
That brings you up to an 11, which means you make the number with 1 die left over.
Yes.
Which means you get a push for this.
Yes.
Also, please note your shadow is now basically permanently 2, at least for now.
That's not great. I mean,
It is
to be
not
fair,
great.
though, it goes all the way up to 5. I'm really
does.
only halfway there. Halfway
says,
there. Living on a prayer. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry.
You said Moroccans. That's right. I think I recall you saying something about that earlier.
Yeah.
I think you should look to your right, and you might notice a smaller side road parallel to this one. Do you see it?
Right. Yes. Looks like.
And you look, and there's a van. And it's one of the vans you saw the Moroccan guys in earlier. And you don't know how your therapist knew that those Moroccans were in a car in a parallel road that you can see right over there, but your therapist did. And they haven't seen you, but you have seen them. They are following Luciano's car, and you have a choice. You can either continue following Luciano's car, or you can follow theirs, and that is what you get for your advance.
Boy, I really need to get to Luciano. They're not going to lose Luciano. This gives me, I'm just stream of consciousness right now.
You don't know what they're doing?
I don't know what they're doing. I think they're headed toward Luciano. They're not. They're not just, they're, There's no way with everything they've done so far that they're not trying to get to Luciano. Or to, Lenko. So... yeah, we're gonna follow them. The gun that Diego got for me, does it have a silencer on it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, you decide to follow the guys. I didn't say assassins.
Who would say assassins? They could just be going after the package.
Yeah, that's weird. Let me get you something because I am friendly. Also, I want to make sure this is a slightly different color, but that's fine. I want... which one do I want? Oh, I also do not want this one. I want this one. I'm going to give you something. Why? Because, I care.
Gifts are fun.
Yeah, let me get you something. Here. You have a new present.
Do I get to open this now?
You may open this now.
Excellent. I do love your presents, but I worry. I always worry. Okay, so this is an edge. It says, on guard. You can sense trouble coming. Discard this for a bonus die in any challenge with the mysterious intruders, which I think is going to be important because I am about to do something with them. If I can. So
this you get because you had your advance. Right? This is because you advanced.
Oh, excellent.
When you advance, you very often will get an edge card, and so you have this edge card that's going to help you out. So you begin to follow them. And they are driving, also following Luciano and Luciano's car. And you are driving through the countryside. It is pleasant. And as you're moving, you start heading towards a number of beautiful sort of estates are sort of moving out. You don't know exactly which one you're going to. Do you have... what skills do you have? Do you have... tell me what your investigative skills are.
Let's see. Oops. Somehow I clicked on another character sheet. Okay, here we go.
Do you see more than one character sheet?
I do. I do. I don't
Oh.
know. I clicked
Oh, that's it.
I
You
clicked plus
created
character.
yeah, you
Yeah,
created a
and
character
then it
sheet. Yeah,
appeared and I was like,
yeah.
that's not what I want. Okay,
Don't worry
perfect.
about
Yes,
it.
thank you. Um let's see. Investigative abilities. I have
Mm-hmm.
accounting, notice, bullshit detector, bureaucracy, charm, cop talk, criminology, cryptography, intimidation, reassurance, research, streetwise, tradecraft, and urban survival, and vampirology.
Okay. I think this would be. You don't have high society, but you do have bureaucracy. That's correct?
Mhm. I do have bureaucracy, yeah.
Okay. I think you might know this because of your bureaucracy. It's tricky, but I think if this were a different person, high society would be better. High society would be better, and nobody who's in the car with you has that. But as you're moving out, you are getting closer to an estate, and you think there are different people who, like, where are you going? You don't think Sam Lenko has an estate out here at all. And as you get closer, you come upon this one villa, and you believe, and I think that bureaucracy would do this for you, that this would be the villa that belongs to a fairly wealthy industrialist who's not Sam Lenko, by the way. That, as far as you know, Sam Lenko doesn't have any sort of connections to. But a man named Bernard Poy. And Bernard Poy is this very, very wealthy industrialist who's pretty, like, I mean, he's like got businesses all over the world, big global sort of industrialist, very wealthy. And as you're moving into this estate, there you can hear loud towards this villa, right? Loud music. There are lots of cars everywhere. This is clearly a huge party, but this is not Sam Lenko's party. So this is not his house. This is not his party. This is the house of a somebody who's like a, you know, something like a what's his name, Onassis, right? Like a, you know, like the like, you know what I mean, like one of these sort of like big international industrialists that you're like, oh, okay, I think I know this guy probably had a estate around here, so you would probably just basically know that. And so here's the thing: you are following the assassins.
There was one thing I wanted to do before we got to the place where the party is happening. I want to shoot out the tires of the assassins to slow them down.
So you want to attack the assassins rather than follow them?
Yes.
Okay. So let's get into a fight then. Since you're not going to follow them, you're going to attack them. That's a different situation altogether. Great. Let's change the music, shall we? I feel like we need different music.
Excellent.
I think so.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Let's just, you know, in an ideal world, we will shoot out their tires. They'll be stuck trying to fix their tires.
Oh.
Well, we continue on. But we'll see how it goes.
That's if you're lucky. That would be a choice. That would be a possibility of what might happen. I'm not saying it's the only possibility of what might happen, but I think it would be a possibility of what might happen. Not the only one, though. Not the only one.
That sounds accurate. That sounds accurate.
Yeah. I'm going to need you to make a roll. And give me a second. Because you have a number. And
yes.
Yeah. Can I get a shooting roll?
Yes. Can I leverage Diego for this shooting roll.
Oh, he's with you, so you're gonna get a plus. What is this shooting? 1 or 2?
1.
1. You get a +1 to this roll.
Excellent.
We have got some stuff going on here for you. Is what I'm gonna tell you, and
This is either a really bad idea or a really stupid one, but here we go.
let's see. You're gonna need a 9. Yeah, this is gonna be a 9. Oh,
Okay.
well, actually, this is an issue, but yes. You're gonna need a 9 for this.
Are there any stunts or problems available to me?
You can stunt through driving.
Okay.
And you did use your surveillance last time, so you still have your driving open.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. People.
I would like to stunt through driving.
You have 4. You need a 9. And I
Need a
need
9.
you to describe this in each way.
Okay. Well, here comes the first roll. Let's see what it looks like, and then we'll Oh, all right.
4. Go on. Describe, line yourself up.
So Diego was cleaning his gun, right? Or like organizing it, making sure it was good to go.
Mm-hmm.
We pop over into the side road and slide behind these guys. And Chrys will look over at Diego and say, "Mind if I borrow that?"
Oh, no. Please.
And then they'll take the gun, slide the window down, and like aim it and lean, not lean out the car to aim it. They're gonna try and make this a super subtle, like ideally, if they pull this off, this is their aiming moment, right? So they're not resting the barrel on top of the what's that, side mirror, right?
Yeah.
But they have it just above the side mirror, so that you would have to really be watching to know that a shot had been fired from the car behind, from them, right? To take out the tires.
Okay.
So that's what they're doing. You're trying to be subtle about this.
Next die roll.
Ooh.
9.
And with that, after taking careful aim, they fire a single shot as they're starting to turn, right? So they're aiming for the front wheels, just in case this tire is front wheel drive only, to pop one of the front ones off and stop these guys.
So, here's the thing. You advanced. You do not get an edge for this advance, but what you get instead is that they do not realize that it was you.
Yay! I'll take that. That's all I wanted.
Right? They don't realize that they were under attack. So they're driving along, and as you sort of make this careful shot, you hit their tire, and the tire sort of blows. And you can see their van sort of swerve a bit. And they have to pull off the side of the road. And you drive past them.
Can I
And
describe?
they don't. Yes, please.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You keep going,
Please.
and then I would love to describe
No.
what they do as we
I'm
drive
just saying
past.
is that they don't realize that their car has been attacked. So they do not then notice you or pay attention to you as their car sort of pulls off to the side of this road and you drive by on this parallel road. Please continue on. I'm going to say it's quite good that they don't realize that they've been attacked.
I think it's very good, and there's also a really good pun in chat right now. You might say they were tired of the situation. Okay, I'll stop. Anyway. Hey! I think Chrys, like, they just tuck the gun hand down inside as they go past, and they just swerve as if they're any other driver who wasn't anticipating a van like slowing down in front of them like this. And then they're gonna not necessarily tucked back into, but now that they know they can ride this parallel road to keep an eye on where Lucian is going, they're gonna keep doing that so that they're tracking Lucian now.
I'm going to note that when one of them gets out to sort of check out the tire, he's wearing clothes that make him look like a waiter. Right? And you notice two of them in this van, right? There might be people in the back. You notice two of them, they seem to be dressed like waiters as you move forward towards this villa.
Yep, that tracks.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So you pull forward, you're following your prey, your target. And you get to, right, this villa of this huge industrialist, this sort of big fancy space. And let me ask you, how are you going to get in? This is a private villa owned by a Catalan industrialist. And there's some sort of celebration happening tonight because you can hear this loud music and revelry. There are a bunch of cars sort of parked in the courtyard of this villa, like many cars, and they're all very, very expensive. This seems to be, you would say, like a private event of the wealthy and the famous. You notice as you're driving towards the villa and you're getting close now, this moment for you, that there is some private security, but it doesn't seem as if there's a lot. Seems more like you've got it's just enough to keep out like gate crashers or paparazzi, but it doesn't seem like it's not a fortress or anything like that. It's a pretty chill. There is some security, but it's not like, it doesn't look like they're expecting anything like assassins. So how are you gonna get in?
So they will
By the way, if you had high society, you could spend a high society push to get in.
Oh, I know. I'm also thinking, like, you know, what would have been really useful is to forge some documents of some kind. But here we are. So I think instead their approach is going to be when they pull up, they're gonna say, "Oh, the party planner asked us to wait, hang on. Let me think of something good. Something better than a party planner move.
There are more than one way to get into a party, and I want to know how you're going to do it. Oh.
I think that they are
Wrong one.
They're going to say that they are affiliated to
so you pull up and talk to one of the guard.
Yeah, is there another entrance, like another way to go around the back as if you were the help that's visible from here?
Well, I mean, I suppose the question is, do you want to sneak in or do you want to bluff your way in?
I'm legitimately leaning toward bluffing my way in, and then if
Okay.
that doesn't work, I'll sneak my way in. So let's do it. Let's bluff.
Okay. So you pull up and there's you can see like men with the little earpieces, dark suits, sunglasses. There's two of them. There's like these two bouncers that are sort of checking people to see who will be allowed into the courtyard of this sort of big villa. And the woman steps forward and goes, "Yes?
Yes, we're here for the party. Where would you park?
And you are?"
You don't know who I am? I can't believe this. This is ridiculous.
Invitation, please?
We came on request. They didn't give us a piece of paper. Surely you don't think people are just driving up here. Where do you want us to park? I don't want to make a scene, but I absolutely will if I have to.
Who are you?
Tarina. Tarina Lazar.
She pulls up like a small tablet and starts scrolling.
I'm not going to be on that list. Again, I told you it was an invitation extended last night over drinks.
I need you to make a quick roll.
Okay. What kind of roll am I making?
Cover.
Bernay? Bernay? Wait, how do you say his name again?
Behar.
Behar. There we go.
I'm gonna need a cover check.
A cover
roll.
check. Here
cover
we go.
Roll. This is a quick test. 8.
Here we go. 8?
Mm-hmm,
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any stunts available or problems I could take?
It's just a quick check. Nope.
Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm,
cool. Here we go. No, that's not great.
That's a 2. Is either yes or no?
Nope, that's not. But this has to be a 6, or we're not getting.
If you can think of a way to stunt, you have to tell me what you would stunt with. But you'd have to figure out what you would stunt with.
I think the stunt would. I would totally have this stunt come. Well, I can't have it come from accounting. It has to come from something else. I think I would have it come from cool. Honestly, isn't cool the idea of? Wait, hang on. What does cool do again?
Cool helps you keep yourself under pressure when facing weird supernatural creatures, or when
oh, that's not what I'm looking for then.
Or if people are like trying to question you. I mean, you can absolutely use your cool.
I am gonna use. I feel like they could stunt with cool here, because this is out of their typical world, right? They are not a high class kind of person. And the way that they do that is they just really slowly light a cigarette after saying their name, as if this person should know exactly who they are.
So just for the record, because I feel like it's quite useful to just, bring it up. Cool is the ability to remain calm, detached, and focused even when under stress. So yes, okay, you'll get an extra die. Make sure you've stunted it.
That seems so bad to use now, but here we go. We're using it. This is how it is.
7.
Good thing I have that extra die.
She leans in and she looks at you. And she frowns. Behar?
I know, it's not my usual brand.
Behar is the guy that you're name checking, who is the enemy of the person who's here, by the way.
Yeah,
the
no,
rival.
she's asking about Behar, and Chrys is responding with like, surely you're not questioning whether or not I know Behar. You're questioning why I have such a shitty brand of cigarette.
Yeah. Give me one last die roll.
Okay. Here we go.
And
oh no, says, I can't see my thing. Oh, there we go. Yay!
She says, what is your name again?
Ari has legitimately forgotten the name, but I don't think Chrys would in this moment.
Yeah.
I forget what I said. They will say the same name again. Yeah. Let's say it's Teresa.
It wasn't that, but it was close. It was like actually much more cool.
It was a cool name.
It was like a super cool tea name. It was very cool. And she looks at you, and you can tell she is not certain. But then there's like 2 more cars pulling up behind you. And she sees that like there's backing up, like the guests are backing up. And she goes, park up this way, to the left, and then someone will park your car for you.
Thank you. And Chrys will drive forward with this sort of look of like, that took long enough for you to realize this thing that was totally existing in the first place the entire time. Also, I saw Annie's note about could charm. Can I stunt with the investigative abilities or not? I thought I could only use general abilities to stunt.
You can only stunt with general abilities.
But I do think they were trying to use. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But it's cover because you're lying about who you are.
Yeah.
So that's and also this is not to get info. Charm is for, getting your clues. So you make your way in. And as you sort of make your way in, there's this huge field. There are people everywhere. And I'm really trying to find the right techno music for this right now is really
yay!
What I really, really need, because without the right techno music, I'll be sad. But it's
Fair.
fine. It's fine. Tell me, and you come to this place, there's, as you walk through, you and Diego walk through this party, you see just people over. There's a DJ spinning like sort of hot, sort of Balearic sort of rave music. There are lights everywhere. It's like lights spinning, right? And you've got a mix of wealthy tourists and people that are raucous partygoers. There are people probably on Molly. There are people dancing, having a good time, drinking. There's a huge pool. There's like a fountain. It's like this massive people. And some people seem to be a little criminal, perhaps.
Oh.
Just, you know.
So Diego's fitting right in.
Yes. These are people that you know their vibe. And there's dancing. People are dancing. There are cocktails around the pool. There's cocaine on tables. There are multiple floors, and the entire place is just jam-packed with people having the best time. And you've got like dance music going. You also get the sense that in all of this madness, if you look at the fringes, right, and sort of like smaller corners of this place, slightly darker spots, you can see business people meeting and talking. And you can see people in backs, smoking cigars, shaking hands. And this is clearly a huge party, but also business is being done. What would you like to do?
Do we see Luciano or Francesca anywhere?
No.
Because that's the first
You
thing
have to
we'd
find
look
them.
for.
They're just like in this party.
We want to find them. We want to find them.
You scour through this party, which is full. It is not easy to find your way around the space, right? Because it is madness, right? It is just all the time, all madness. So you're gonna have to sort of try to find out where they are and get closer. And it's not. It's gonna take a little bit of time, right? You're gonna sort of mingle through these spaces a little bit, and you're listening for words, and you do see. I think it would be hard to say. It's not. He's pretty loud. You catch then Luciano and Samantha Curtis heading back towards the back of the villa, not where all the partying is happening.
Chris will tap Diego and say,
Yes?
I'm following them. It could get sticky.
He notes. And he sort of like steps a few steps back, but he follows you. And what you notice is that that pair of people, these two bodyguards join them and start walking with them back towards the back of the estate.
Perfect.
And you notice that there is you're going back towards like a private salon is where they're taking them, where there's less people. But there are rooms all over. There are rooms above, to the sides. And they are taken into this private salon and the doors are shut. Now I'm going to ask you, if you want to find out what's happening in that room, I doubt they'll let you in. You just need to get into one of the rooms next to that room. It's kind of like a nice airy space. But that would be an infiltration roll.
I absolutely want to be getting into one of those rooms.
Okay.
I want to be listening to this thing.
It's a 9 that you need.
Are there any stunts or problems that I can take?
Yes. You can. take both, depending on what you want. This is infiltration, and this is in order to get to a place where you can see everything, hear everything, find out what's going on. I'm gonna say you can stunt with either shooting or mechanics. But remember, if you stunt with those, then you don't have those dice later.
What does mechanics do again? I don't.
Oh,
I'm
sorry. I was wrong. Sorry, that was the wrong one. You can. That's if you set back in this one. Pardon me. You can stunt with either athletics, conceal, or cover if you're wanting to sneak in, or preparedness for a directional microphone or other bugging equipment.
I think I'm going to save preparedness.
Okay.
I think I'm going to do, you said conceal was the other one that I could stunt with, or cover I could stunt with?
Athletics, conceal, cover.
Does it matter if I've already used one of the dice, i.e. I already used one of cover, so I can't stunt with cover, right?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right.
Let's do athletics.
Okay. You need a 9.
So that gives me 3 dice total to hit 9.
Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed. Guys, gals, and folks, here we go. Ooh,
5.
Nice.
Okay. Let's start. You're trying to find a place that will put you within earshot of this private salon that has a closed door, where you will not be seen. A good hiding spot with good vantage points. There is a bedroom that's just above that salon. If you could get there, tell me about it.
Well, since we're using athletics, how well can Diego climb? Because I think Chrys is probably okay. Perfect. So I think then Chrys just strides to. I assume there's like some double doors that like open out in one of the side rooms beside this one.
Yes.
And they're just gonna stride to that. They're gonna open the double doors, look out, and then they're just gonna climb up the, because in those.
And there's Diego
like,
giving you a boost.
Perfect. Like in like the really nice like mansions, and some of them they've got the fake brickwork that's around the outsides of things.
Yeah.
So that's what they're climbing on. They're literally climbing with. They take their no, I don't think they need to take it off. Never mind. They don't take their overcoat off. They just climb up this thing like handholds and crevices and then vault. Well, I guess we'll find out if they vault next time. But they're climbing up the side of the outside of the building.
I think I found something. Excuse me.
Yes.
I think I found it. Let me just make sure that it will work.
Nice.
Okay, so yes.
This is the music that's playing in the. Yep,
yes, it is. This. Yes,
okay,
it is.
Excellent.
You need a bit more bass, but it's fine.
This is so good. This is so good. Oh man, I can't see the. There we go. Oh, okay. So I need one more.
You need one more.
So then this is probably the flip over the top of the balcony, and this next dice would be whether or not I'm able to get into the room itself.
Yes. Yes.
Good news, everyone.
Yes. And so, with that, you flip up, and then Diego sort of gets a hand so you can help pull him up into this bedroom. You make your way into this bedroom that is... It allows you to hear everything that's happening down in the salon below and see all approaches. So you can see and hear everything. And you also have a good view of anybody who might be approaching at any given moment. And so with that, my friend, you're going to get a duplicate of On Guard that you'll be able to use.
Cool. Very cool.
And as you are there, hiding, there we go, just sort of perfectly sort of hidden, you and Diego. No one can see you, but you can hear everything, and you can see everything. You can hear footsteps. You can hear, Luciano, thank you for bringing in Miss Curtis. Miss Curtis, I hope that you have not been too inconvenienced by everything. I was expecting you to come earlier. I've been waiting quite a bit. She goes, yes, I know, I'm so sorry. Hollister has been slow. And there's going to be sort of like a set of conversations. And they are sort of chatting a bit. And you imagine this to be sort of boring, at least to start. That's where it starts. And you hear Lenko say, so, what are we going to do about the Moroccan? It's becoming a problem. And he is taking up far too much space. He's moving in. And we've had some problem with shipping. Is Hollister going to do something about that? Behar I've lost 4 trains already. And this cannot continue on. Hollister needs to speak to his boss and do something. Otherwise, what is the point of any of this? Listen. You need to do something. Well, you need to tell Hollister to tell his boss to do something. There's got to be some sort of arrangement or some sort of truce, because this cannot go on. I don't know why he's so bold, why he thinks he can move in when he knows who I'm connected to. Something's not right. You need to tell him to do something about it. She's like, look, I'm just here to bring these contracts. I can pass on whatever information you wish. Perhaps there's some sort of compromise that can be reached. There will be no compromise. Behar will die for his insolence. The only reason I work with all of you all is so that when things like this happen, anyone who opposes me dies. Thing about Behar is he thinks he's fighting one war, but he doesn't know how the world truly works, what's happening behind the curtain, and what sort of resources I have at my disposal. You know, actually, Miss Curtis, you don't know much either. I just have to wait until the dark of the moon, maybe a little longer. But actually, I'm sure I can just contact who I need to by myself without your help once it hits midnight. Perhaps. Yes. I can just take care of it that way. And this is a conversation that you're hearing
Interesting.
And Curtis doesn't seem to really know what is happening, right?
Right.
And you get the sense that maybe he's actually just talking to Luciano and kind of ignoring Curtis, that he's not really giving her respect or notice, right? You know what I mean, basically?
Right.
And then he goes, Miss Curtis, yes, the London property deal. Let's discuss this for a moment. And you, as he's talking, you get this kind of interesting sense that he was maybe talking to Luciano or maybe some of his associates when he was talking about Behar. And you get the sense maybe he didn't even pay attention to that she was there or realize that she was even really in the room in some ways until he then addressed her more directly. And then she goes, now, Miss Hollister, look, I have had dealings with you and I care very much about Hollister's employers, but this will not do. You need to tell that little shit that he cannot squeeze me for more money up front whenever he feels like it. This Englishman has no respect at all, and I will not have it. I will not have it. He needs to know that I am much more important to his employer than he might seem. And you hear Luciano say, why don't you threaten him, Uncle? Tell him you'll kill him. He says, no. We cannot threaten Hollister. Hollister is too close to power. He cannot be harmed, also, no matter how much I would like to punish him for his misdeeds, and for his impertinence, and for his disrespect. He's too close. Too close. Let me ask you a question. Are there any skills that you're bringing to bear as you are listening to this conversation?
Vampirology. The second he starts talking about the dark of the moon, midnight allowing contact, they are absolutely vampirology is coming into play.
Okay. Because you've got a lot of skills. You can use more than one of them.
I can use more than one?
Oh, yeah. You can just tell me what skills you want to bring to bear as you are pondering all this. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool. I knew that. I was just testing you.
And like the conversation sort of goes on, and you can there are a couple things you can tell, and I'll tell you first just using vampirology, right? And depending on what skills you use, might give you some. I will give you some other possibilities
because I have other skills I want to use. That was just the first one that I was like.
It feels like if he has this discussion of the dark of the moon and contacting, that feels to you like he's talking about some kind of supernatural means to contact. Probably.
Vampires.
You don't know what those means are, but you think that he's got some sort of supernatural means to contact vampires because he's not wanting to. And you also probably get the sense that Curtis does not know that they're vampires. I think that's the best way I can put it. She does not realize that they're vampires because otherwise he could probably just go through her, but he's not wanting to. But also, it seems to you that normally he goes through Hollister to get information to these vampires, it seems. But you get the sense that he has some sort of probably supernatural means to bypass Hollister. Is, I think, one way to sort of think about that. But also, something you know about, at least from all of your studies of vampires, well, not this is true in the real life, but you do know this, that vampires have one really big advantage, and that is patience. Because if the myths are true, they're immortal. They don't die. And so they are really good at business because they can always wait until things are strategically best. And if what you think might be true, that means they have got fingers in business all over. And the thing is, vampires, if what you know and what you think about them is true, from what you've studied and what you've been looking at in terms of Infinity Ledger, they can wait decades or even centuries for their business investments to pay out. They don't need cash now. 8765 cash now. They don't ever need to do that. Ever. Because they have probably planned for financial windfalls 200 years ago to come forward now. So if Hollister was pushing to get an upfront payment of a big, huge lump sum, as Lenko was saying, that is not coming from Vampire Masters. That is definitely coming from Hollister himself for some reason.
And combined with the fact that like he rushed something along with the money laundering, he's got a money problem. He's got some kind of money problem that can't be solved by the vampires.
Although those vampires are probably exceedingly wealthy.
So he doesn't want to go to them for some reason.
Probably that would be the case, right? Because he's got all the rumors that you've had said that he's got a really rich and powerful patron, right? And the money that's going through, he should have all that money, but for some reason he wants a whole lot of money. He wants it real fast. And and he's not going to his boss for it. And also, if he wants it, that might be a problem for him. Because if he's asking Lenko to upfront money, to give money that like Lenko would owe in advance, is that money money was probably supposed to go to his boss, and maybe it's not going to his boss. But that's not really vampirology. But yes, what else would you like to bring to bear?
The other ones that I wanted to bring to bear were criminology. I was gonna say bullshit detector.
Okay. Yeah.
Notice. And research, because they've been doing a lot of research on Sam Lenko for a long time. So I feel like that would have some bearing. I kind of want to throw accounting in there, but I think that's just me wanting to have Chrys do accounting every chance I can get. So that's different.
You're not getting a lot of. We'll see what you get. So So what you're thinking about, right? Thinking about criminology, what you've got is, and also knowing some of your research. This is a little bit new information for you. You've heard of Behar. And when you're thinking about criminology and the way that people are sort of talking, it looks to you like, one, Behar is aggressively moving into Lenko's territory very recently, i.e., probably this is, from the talk, this seems very new. This seems like this has not happened, or at least this big push, you would guess no longer than a month, right? That this has happened probably month, 2 months at maximum. Maybe there's always been some trouble, but something has happened in the last couple of weeks that has made Behar feel as if he can start going very aggressively against Lenko.
Interesting.
And it looks like we're talking about not just small moves, but moves like pushing into the territory, taking over distribution networks. Really, really bold moves that are going to lead to war, right? And you get this sense that the subordinates, there's like a couple other people in this room that are not Luciano, they're wanting Lenko to make some kind of truce. Right? That they want to sort of squash this. And I will tell you what, that is not, Lenko seems, how do I put this? Other people might, but tied in with your bullshit detector and all of that, and also some of your bureaucracy, you get the sense that Lenko feels as if he could probably get his vampire friends to take out Behar. Right, like basically you get the sense that he feels like he's got an extra ace in the sleeve that will help him take care of this Behar problem. I will say, if you spent a criminology push because of who you are, you could probably get a meeting with Behar at some point in time. You could use a criminology push to get, Behar's not here, but you could get a push to meet up with Behar and get a meeting with him. You know that. You don't have to use it now, but I want you to know that you could do that.
That is good to know.
Yeah.
I don't see Chrys using it right now.
But that is because you have enough criminal networking experience. you could, and you know who it is. You could get there now with this information. You could use this to leverage a meeting.
Nice.
I would say that you've got a problem with Hollister, or at least Lenko does.
Mm-hmm.
But when Lenko said that Hollister is far too close to power, that he cannot be harmed, you don't quite know what that means, but it feels a bit heavier than just he's got friends in high places.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the conversation with Curtis, that seems mostly to you to be this is the money laundering part, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the money laundering part. She doesn't really seem to know much. She doesn't seem to really pick up on anything else as far as you can tell. By the way, bullshit detector, from the bullshit detector, you're getting that everybody here is being honest, but also, that he is not being dishonest when he talks about the midnight and the light of the moon, right? Like whatever he's saying, he believes it. He believes that he has some means to contact someone powerful
At midnight tonight,
and that he's probably going to do it, right?
So I need to keep him alive is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, or something. And that he's clearly planning on, his intention seems to be to bring to bear upper levels of the conspiracy to take out Behar. Who's and also the vibe is, thinking about bullshit detector as well, the people in the room with him do not know what he's talking about, right? They are just like, looks like we're going into some kind of drug war with somebody who's being very, very aggressive, and maybe we should just call a truce because, so they don't seem to understand what he's getting at when he talks about contacting someone. They don't really know what that means, but you know what that means. That means something bad. And the thing about, you get it now, thinking about the accounting, that money that came in sort of in an unnormal and unnatural space was the money that was supposed to come in later for this contract, right? So that basically Hollister wanted an advance, it sounds like.
This was Hollister's advance.
Yes, and now they're doing the paperwork for it, but Hollister wanted to be paid in advance for all of this, which is not normal, right? It's really not done in criminal world. It's considered like very disrespectful. Like you don't trust their word.
So many, yeah. Who gives an advance in the criminal world? You do the work, or I mean, unless it's drugs, and then in which case you sell a little of the drugs and then you owe an arm and a leg, regardless of whether you sold the drugs or not.
Yeah, but your sense is that Hollister needed money for something, and he borrowed in advance from money that was going to be going to his boss. And Lenko just feels disrespected, just generally speaking. Yeah. So, that said, you can hear Curtis leave with Luciano, and Lenko's still in the room chatting with his associates, or his lackeys, probably, by the way the conversation is going. What would you like to do? And they may leave the room, they may not. Like, you could maybe wait around if they leave, or just what would you like to do?
Well, my biggest concern is the Moroccans coming in. But I don't want to scare Sam Lenko into leaving the party entirely, because tracking him is going to be worse, especially if he thinks somebody is after him.
There's also more security in here than there is out there. And I'm just saying that not to concern you, but I mean, if you're worried about the Moroccans have a much easier job if he is not in here.
Right. But he's staying in here for right now.
How
long is it until midnight?
It's not. You've got like some time. It's not. You don't have to wait too long.
Okay.
Like an hour.
Like an hour. It's not like this isn't 6 p.m. at night. This is
No.
midnight is coming soonish kind of thing. Okay.
Now I will note this. This is not his bedroom. This is a salon. It's like a sitting room where he goes and chats. He also does business. He also has a room in this estate, you know it. It's probably not too far from here. So,
okay.
Because if he's not going to go too far from
right.
his...
He would stay near where his area is. So then Chrys is going to turn to Diego.
Yes.
Oh boy, it's a shame we don't trust him.
It's too bad, isn't it?
It really is. Wouldn't it be nice if we trusted him? Anyway, I made my choice. I'm sticking by it. Here we go. They would say, "Hey,
yes,
would you stick around and let me know if that voice," and they'll pause long enough so that we can like note exactly who Sam Lenko is. Let me know if that voice is on the move. I need to check on something real fast.
Okay. Sure.
Just text me.
Yes.
This is my new number. And they'll give him the burner number.
He smiles, and he sort of pays attention as you sneak off. I will say that you have already made that infiltration roll, so you don't have to roll again.
Okay.
And you're up on this upper level, and you're like, well, the bedrooms are here. Let me sort of look through. And you sort of go through. There are a couple different rooms. And you find a room, third or fourth room, that you're pretty certain is his, Lenko's.
Oh, you know what? I should have grabbed surveillance bugs. Should have had him give me a surveillance bug. Oh well.
That's preparedness.
Oh, we could just say that that's part of it retroactively?
No, you'd have to roll to see if you have it.
Oh, perfect.
If you want to.
Yeah.
But no. I just want to know if you want to search the room first.
Oh, I definitely want to search the room. Absolutely. Yes.
Conceal. That's a conceal quick test.
Okay. Let me knock one of those. Here we go. Oh, I just rolled it. Sorry, I forgot to wait for my advance is.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I will just let you know so that you find one of these rooms, and please don't. You're like this is like one of these like an upper courtyard with like it's like it's one of those like a really nice sort of like kind of open square kind of things where you can look down at the ballroom and you've got all these kind of like doors. It's really nice, right? And it's a beautiful sort of palazzo. And you were kind of just going through checking these bedrooms, and many of them are like big, and you're trying to find what is the one that would be his, you know? And the thing is, if you hadn't have stalked him for so long, this would probably be very, very difficult. But you know the kind of food that he orders, right? You know the specific type of champagne that is his favorite. You know these things about him. And when you come into this one room, you're like, that is his champagne, right? That's his. You know that this is his room. Can I get a 9 is what you need for this conceal.
For conceal? Okay.
And
is that 4? Is that 4 counting to it? No.
Yes, it is. That's the 4.
Oh, okay.
And then you need because you have 2 in conceal still, right?
I do. Well, I mean, I just knocked one down, but yes, I do. And I need a 9. Are there any stunts I can do here?
This is a quick test.
Oh, because it's a quick test, there's no stunts or pushes or problems I can take. Okay. Well, fingers crossed.
8.
Oh, and I need a 9.
You do need a 9. You do need a 9. So you get into his room and you start searching through it, seeing what you can find.
Yes, of course.
And you find some, well, you're not finished with the search, but you do start finding some things that are interesting to you, at
All
least
right.
in the beginning. Paperwork, correspondence, right? This is what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as you are opening up drawers, cabinets, there's this one sort of box in the back that seems a little bit odd to you. Strange, actually, right? Like, what is that, you think? And right when you go to open this box, you hear, "Hey!" behind you. "What are you doing here?" And behind you there is a very, very large man. And this very, very large man sees you close to this box, this very, very important box. And this man lunges for you.
No.
He just comes right at you to attack you. I'm going to need you to make a roll, a quick test. It's not a big challenge. It's just a quick test.
Okay.
Fighting.
With with fighting? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
It's a 4. You need an 8.
I need an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Okay. Here we go again. Oh no,
That's
we're
a
one
7.
short. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming there's not any sort of is there a stunt that I could pull here? Oh, you know what I could do? If I vanish, do I just leave this room or do I leave the whole party?
You leave the whole party.
Oh, I can't vanish then. There's no.
And
way
also, I
can
believe
vanish.
vanishing is when nobody's seeing you, and you're currently being seen.
That's true. I have to be unseen. That's also
being
true.
looked
But
at
I could,
at this moment. Let
oh
me.
man.
So
Ooh,
that's
what
a
if
fail.
I use an on guard? I want to use an on guard. Can I use an on guard for this?
Yes, you can use an on guard. This is the perfect moment for one of your on guards. Yes.
Okay,
Please
so I just
delete that
removed
edge.
card, right?
Yes, you did. That is exactly that is what those are for. But yes.
Oh my god. Okay, thank God. Oh my god. I'm so glad I remembered that that's a thing we could do.
I was going to give you a problem, but apparently that's fine. That's fine. You got out of that one.
Yay!
I'm gonna need something from you right now.
Okay, I'm ready.
Explain to me how when this guard comes at you and you know that he is going to raise the alarm and tell everybody that you're here, how do you take care of this problem, by the way? I need you to describe it for me.
So as he comes at Chrys, Chrys does have, all of the typical training of an agent, right? And so they just use the judo training that they had, and they shift him out of the way with his own body weight, but they spin him into the hardwood of the pulse, those great big posts that are on either side of the bed. They spin him right into the hardwood of that, knowing that those posts are unlikely to go, but his head is probably likely to get a nice concussion and at least be knocked out for a while. I think, though, that was how it went in their mind, but because we had to do 3 dice here and we had to take that edge, I think what ends up happening is as they turn to do that smooth judo move and move him into the bed, their foot catches on one of the pieces of the rug. And so it's not quite a smooth move. They do slam his head into the edge of the board, but then they also fall on top of him. It's a boom boom sort of thing.
And with that, you come crashing down, and he is out. He is unconscious. I don't know what you want to do with that unconscious body, but as you're on the ground, you see underneath the bed a suitcase.
Ooh, handy. Well, first things first, let's make sure that Mr. Nosy Bodyguard doesn't jump back up. So I'm sure on the drapes, there are those curtain ties, that are there. So they're going to take those curtain ties off and just hog tie him with the little curtain ties. if there's duct tape by any random chance, they'll also use that. But they're gonna gag and bind him, basically, make sure that he cannot move.
And where are you gonna put him?
So not in this room, because so they'll peep outside to see if they'll clear the corridor, make sure there's no one there. They'll clear the room. Wait, there's the open. It's an open space. That's right, down to the. Okay, so we cannot take him out of this room.
Yeah.
Also,
by the way,
imagine,
the suitcase underneath the bed, that's the only suitcase that's underneath the bed. All the other suitcases are pretty open and in obvious parts of the bedroom.
I mean, we're definitely gonna like look at this suitcase as soon as we make sure Jumpy McJump Pants doesn't jump back up.
Yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do with that body. Got one.
Oh, that's a good point. No, I want to move him while he's unconscious, because once he becomes conscious and tries to fight me, that's going to be worse. So
he's tied up.
Are there any like
other people are going to notice him? That's all.
Are there any closets or? Yeah.
This is a really nice suite. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's a whole suite. So there's like an adjacent there's a.
He's got like it's like a really big room, and there's like kind of like a side sitting room, and there's like closets. This is a very rich person's house, is what I'm going to say.
Excellent. So there's a side sitting room. That's all I need to know. I assume in this side sitting room, like in most suites, there is that there's the sink area where it's the little kitchenette, right? So Chrys is going to pull all of the things out from underneath the sink area. They're going to tuck those things behind the couch, between the couch and the wall. And then they're going to put this guy underneath the sink. And then they're going to lock or like somehow like secure the doors so that he cannot put the doors open from the inside. So he's just in here, ideally compressed so tightly that he cannot make a whole lot of thumping noises, with a gag on. And the doors are shut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he's bald, we'll definitely call him Mr. Clean.
I like it.
I like eventually.
It. Yeah, eventually.
The cleaning people will go under there.
Sooner or later.
Later.
Yeah.
Kitty locks on the cabinets. That's right. It's a little zip ties.
What do you do now?
There's open up
paperwork there? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, open up
just to see what it is, right?
Yeah, just to need to, okay, so I'm debating. We're going to open up the box first of paperwork that was not underneath the bed, and then we're going to open up the suitcase. No, the suitcase under the bed. We're going to open up the suitcase under the bed first. That's what we're doing.
I see. Okay.
Is the music about to change?
You see not clothing. That is not what you see. You see an odd device is what you see, as a matter of fact. It's a jar. It looks old. From the kind of brass fittings and the kind of materials, it looks like it's from maybe the 1930s, you would say.
Okay.
And it gives you kind of a weird feeling, though, when you look at it. There's this heavy glass bell jar, right? So it's pretty big. Bell jars are not small. That is half full of dirt. Just feels a little weird.
Right.
And this bell jar, half full of dirt, is connected by a very thick cable to an old-fashioned Bakelite telephone receiver.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Could you restate that? My headset tried to die on me.
Oh, yeah, no.
I lost what you said.
It's this bell jar, right? Half full of dirt with a big cable that's connected to an old sort of Bakelite telephone receiver, like that old kind of telephone receiver. You know, like the...
Ooh.
Yes. and there's a small valve at the mouth of the jar.
Oh, hang on. My ear is doing something very weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
I mean, I kind
Okay,
of
there
want to
we
tell
go.
you that the terrible thing, because there's a little bit more here. It's not just a bell jar with a cable and a telephone receiver. I mean, there's that, but there's also a few other things attached to this.
Okay,
If I mean, since you're looking at it,
I'm absolutely looking at it, and my headset solution has resolved itself. So we have a bell jar. We have a like. There's dirt. It's half full of dirt. There's a
mm-hmm,
wire
mm-hmm,
connecting to like one of those old timey microphony
mm-hmm,
things.
mm-hmm. Telephone receivers. Yep, telephone receivers.
Telephone receivers.
Uh-huh. It's got like a plug and a cable, so you could plug this thing into a power outlet. And also,
Hmm.
and also, the top of the bell jar where the cable comes, there's a valve that would allow
Uh-huh.
you to put something into the bell jar itself to sort of looks like it would allow you to add a liquid of some sort, right? To sort of put liquid in there. And if you look at the valve closely, you can tell that the liquid that is probably put in there, considering the kind of strange crusting bits at the valve, is blood. I'm going to note that you know how if you look at an old timey phone, right? There's there's like the part where you could listen to and the part you could speak into.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
This has only got a part you can speak into.
There's no listening piece to it.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could
Okay.
listen to the speaker part, but that doesn't tend to be how it works. But you could always
No,
try
not usually. Well,
if you wanted to.
okay.
But right now it's not plugged in, and it's the soil is all dry.
What a delightful thing to find. What does my vampirology tell me about this thing?
You have not seen anything like it before. I just would like to ask you a question, though,
Mm-hmm.
before we go too much further. Is this a thing that you want to take with you?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Well, I'm debating on that, but do I want to? Yes. Will I?
Okay.
I'm debating because do I want Sam Lenko to be the one who contacts them via this? Because I'm pretty sure I just found the way he thinks he talks to vampires.
That would be correct.
Mm-hmm.
That would be correct. Yes. That is. You're guessing that vampirology. There's a lot of mythology about vampires needing to. The earth where the vampire was born and buried, or where the vampire was buried, tends to be very important mythologically, right? Like this is a thing that you know in a lot of stories, right? Either you have to sleep in the earth, or there's like a lot of mythology around that, and that the connection to the earth or where of the vampire's native soil is really important. So you would think that this is probably to a specific vampire, whoever
Mm-hmm.
whoever soil this is, and that you have to feed it with your blood. And it's probably just a one way, because vampires probably have other ways to contact you. Oh, what was that you had? Oh gosh, I think it was you had these dreams, didn't you?
Yeah, but those are
No, but
just dreams.
right.
Those are
Yes,
just
that's
those
right.
are just dreams.
That's
It's
right.
just look seeing the eyes of that vampire. That's just a PTSD from
Yes.
everything.
Yes.
I
Yes.
think that's the official term. I'm sure it's
Yes.
nothing else
Yes.
at all.
Yeah. Um,
I'm sure I'm not connected to a vampire.
right.
Right, because that would be crazy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I couldn't be connected. That would be
No.
weird.
No, that
No.
would be weird. Yeah.
Yeah, who would do that?
Yeah. So the paperwork. It gives you Hollister's address. It's a lot of just information on Hollister, his Kensington,
Interesting.
just his address.
Is this his home address, not his business's address?
It's his business address, but also his home address. It doesn't seem like how do I put this? This was given to Lenko by Hollister. Seems like he got it himself. You know?
Interesting.
Just in case. Just in case you need it, you might want that stuff. I guess.
I do think I want that stuff.
No, not you. I meant maybe Lenko might want that stuff.
Oh, he probably does too, but
You know.
we'll take a picture. We're taking pictures of all of the paperwork obviously.
And you just get this sort of sense, they're just notes, right? About where Hollister tends to be at various times and places. It's got his business consultancy address, his home address, that he has personal security. A lot of notes have been just taken, just generally speaking, in case. And it also just has these little handwritten something like, avoid the dog.
I mean, it seems like a smart move.
Yeah. And that's what it says. What would you like to do before I do something? Just so
no. Fair.
Uh-huh.
So we've taken pictures of all of the paperwork. We have Jumpy McJumperson stashed into the cabinets like Mr. Clean.
Yep.
And we're gonna reset the room back to where it was. And yeah, we're gonna take the suitcase.
Okay. Are you sure?
No, but this is what we're doing now.
Look, I just have to ask you because I need to. I just need to give you something if you don't mind.
The thing is like, if Behar kills Lenko, that would be a shame because then he won't rot in prison for all the awful things he's done. But I think it's pretty clear to Chrys at this point that Lenko is not the person they're ultimately trying to find here. So, and they now have a way to presumably contact
someone.
Now the question of who that is and if they want to contact them is a whole other question entirely. Because so many questions. Would I know from vampirology if the vampire could know the blood in something like this? Like if it was, what kind of blood?
I just gave you a new card, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I was in my notes. Oh no.
It's the wrong back, but I just gave you a new card.
Do I need to flip that over now? Can I flip that over now? I'm
Absolutely.
So curious. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's an edge. Okay, it's expanding.
Read it.
The necrophone. It is a jar filled with grave dirt connected to an old-fashioned telephone, and Sam Lenko treated it as though it was immensely valuable. Gain a shadow problem every time you activate it. Okay, so it's not active right now, though, right? Like I haven't activated it yet. Okay,
You've not given it your blood.
This is true. Not yet. Oh man, now I wish I had less shadows for the exact reason of being able to activate this thing more.
It's about this time when there is an explosion.
Oh.
And when I say explosion, I mean, like a big explosion. And it's out a little bit that way. And all of a sudden you hear shouting. And you can hear Lenko. And you can hear Lenko's bodyguards. And the bodyguards are like, "Sir," and they're speaking in Spanish, but you speak Spanish?
Yes, of course.
Of course you do.
I lived in the Americas for a while.
And also you're Interpol. Of course you speak Spanish. And you can hear them yelling at him saying, "Sir, it's an attack. It must be on you. It must be Behar. We have to get you out of here." And you can hear him speaking back in Spanish with an accent that is not, you can't quite place it.
Oh, interesting.
He's not Spanish.
Lenko is in Spanish?
No.
Sorry.
Lenko is not Spanish. He's speaking in Spanish, but he's got a bit of an accent. And you're not quite certain where you can place it. Hello, Raiders, where he's from. And he says, "I've got to get something from my room first." And they're like, "No, you can't." And there's like clearly, the bodyguards are pretty certain that there's an attack on him. They want to get him out of the villa and into his car, into safety. And he does not want to go without going upstairs to get something important.
I wonder if it's the necrophone.
I bet it is the necrophone. And there's a bit of a debate about this. And he is, it looks like he's on his way up to this room. And at this point in time, you have got a quick rap on the door and you know it's Diego to let you know that they're moving.
Perfect. So then Chrys will tuck out to where Diego is. This quick question, this suitcase that I'm now carrying, is it very distinguishable or does it look like any other suitcase?
It looks like any other suitcase, but it does look like a suitcase. It's not super massive, but it looks like it's discreet, although it's still a suitcase. It's not a briefcase, it's a suitcase, but it is not flashy.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't some old-timey thing that was the second Sam Lenko sees me, it's going to be obvious that this is his suitcase.
I think that he probably wouldn't want people to notice that he has this suitcase, is what I would notice, what I would say. It's just that it's pretty weird inside.
Then I think Chrys slips out to where Diego is, and they'll like give him a quick like pat on the cheek as like a thank you for the heads up. And
you're in that other bedroom and you can hear the footsteps, right, of Lenko and his bodyguards heading towards the room, his room, which is right next to the room that you're in, that you've sort of like tucked in.
So, wait, so to make sure that I've got the lay of the land correctly, because this depends on what I would do to avoid getting seen.
Two bedrooms down, I would say.
So potentially I could tuck into a bedroom.
Oh, I mean, you could tuck into the one that you were in before.
Oh, right, the one that I was in when he. Oh, okay. Where Diego is. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. And now I get it. Okay, so yeah, they'll just tuck into the same room with Diego, carrying the suitcase with them, and they'll say, "We're going to need to leave quickly."
Okay, I'm ready. And you can hear Lenko go into his bedroom, and you can hear the bodyguards, and you can hear chaos outside. And the bodyguard's like, let's go. And he's like, where is it? And they're like, we have no time, right? And there's this real sort of like, he's like, no, I have to have it. And they're like, sir, we've got to get you out of here. And he's like, no. And like, you can hear kind of like the tussle, and it looks like they're taking him out of the room now to get out of the villa. And you can hear these bodyguards hustling him out and down the hallway and out. I don't know what you're going to do. And you can now hear Samantha Curtis, right, being picked up downstairs to sort of go along with. What are you going to do?
I am going to, I'm going to follow them, but I feel like the Moroccans were behind that explosion, and I'm betting that Lenko is, I know, shocking, right? Although it seems like they missed the mark because they didn't actually get Sam Lenko, so maybe they got Lucian.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that a skill you'd like to use to think about that at all?
100%.
What skill would you like to use?
I think
military science would be good if you had it.
I don't have military science. I do have criminology though.
Criminology would work. Military science would also work.
Let's use criminology.
You said they didn't do a good job, and that pings in your mind.
Right.
If they had, that was a pretty big explosion, but it actually wasn't centered where his salon was.
Never mind. I know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And with this explosion happening, Lenko and his bodyguards and Samantha starts getting hustled out of the villa.
The safe place. Out of the safe place, into the open. They flushed the rabbit out.
Correct.
That's what they did.
That is correct. That is correct. And
Okay.
you are following, not too far behind. Do you have anything you'd like to do?
Since in fact, knowing this now,
Yes.
Chrys is actually...
He's now being hustled into the courtyard.
Yeah, the only way that they're gonna be, they're gonna step back in their following far enough to see. What they're looking for is, where are the assassins placed? Because they must be placed somewhere in the compound. So they're looking for the waiters, because that's the costume that they had seen those guys dressed up in before. They're looking for the waiters that might be strategically placed in just the right spots, where Sam Lenko might be hurried past, for example. Like in the trajectory that Sam Lenko's going, are there waiters that look surprisingly non-perturbed about the fact that an explosion just happened? Maybe a little calmer than they should be. And I'm just debating right now whether or not Chrys would save Sam Lenko, because I don't think they would.
Question. That is the question.
I don't think they would.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason that they're looking is they're wanting to make sure they don't, and Diego does not end up in the crossfire. And ideally, if they can in the hubbub, I would like to kidnap one of the waiter guys. One of the Moroccans.
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
That's what you want to do? Give me...
Yeah.
I need a push.
Okay.
Either notice or tradecraft.
Let's do it in notice.
Okay. This place is madness, right? There's a big sort of like, people are not quite sure what's going on because it's such a really big explosion. It wasn't like a poof. It was like poof. Clearly those assassins have gone in and have planted explosives somewhere and set them off. And now everybody's panicking and people are beginning to sort of push towards the courtyard. You are looking for notice. You said you were looking for someone who was a little bit less freaked out, a waiter? That's weird that you ask that, because you do see a waiter, and that waiter is wearing an earpiece and is scanning the crowd, looking for a target. But the earpiece says that he is in communication with other people. Yeah. And this is definitely not one of the bodyguards. I'm just going to point that one out because this one's a waiter.
This is a waiter.
So waiter. And this person is sort of like scanning and is just making a couple of notes. As you can see, Lenko, Curtis, and bodyguards, and Lenko is desperately trying to get back towards where the room is because he knows his phone is in his room, but the bodyguards are pulling him right out into the courtyard. And I'm going to tell you something. The waiter is not making a move to do anything besides a little bit of this and looking out. So,
So he's the eyes of the operation. Or they're intentionally herding him into the courtyard where it's going to explode.
So, you know what?
Yes. Actually,
yes.
Change of plans now that I've noticed this.
Yes.
Chrys is going to leap ahead. Sorry, I'm just debating because I'm also holding Sam Lenko's suitcase right now.
You are. By the way, if you want to take down that guy, you said if you wanted to take one of them down, that will be surveillance. That'll be a surveillance challenge.
Okay. I've used all of my dice there, but I still would have one dice, right? Like you always have one dice, or I cannot use, because I did a stunt with surveillance.
You did, but you do have your on guard challenge, and your
True.
doctor, and that's worth 1, and your doctor can always help you.
My doctor. My good doctor. Okay, excellent.
Because your doctor's pretty good at seeing things. And that would give you a die as well.
The
And
thing
also
I'm
you
thinking
can
about doing.
you can always start
yeah,
with
go ahead.
fighting or shooting or athletics as well. It's a bit of a takedown. It's like
Right.
stealthy takedown is what that is.
Stealthy takedown.
Mhm. That's if you want to
and
take down the guy
see,
that you've noticed.
I am. Here's what I'm in between, chat. I'm in between taking
Mm.
down this guy or going and saving Lenko and handing him back his suitcase, or not handing him back his suitcase, but telling him that I am from the vampires, and that his contact has been confiscated because he's not taking care of it correctly, and that he needs to follow me. That way, I'm ideally building up trust with Lenko and potentially being able to get closer to him. Maybe I could turn him into a contact of some kind. I don't know if that's even possible.
Might be. You don't know. I mean, also, it's up to you. What do you want to do?
BP Phantom makes a good point. It could go wrong spectacularly. On so many levels, this could go wrong.
Now, I will note that this villa has got really beautiful, thick medieval walls.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of windows. Lots of windows.
Lots of windows.
And there's quite a distance between the courtyard and the car that they are beginning to herd him towards.
Yep, this is exactly where these guys want him to be.
Yes, it is. It is indeed exactly where they want him to be.
Max, lie is not really a thing so much in here, but I do have a lot of abilities that let Chrys talk really well. They're a very good talker. It's gonna fall apart though the second we have a conversation with a vampire, because the vampire would know that they're not from. I assume a vampire would know. Okay, we're gonna
Who do you want? Do you want assassins or do you want Lenko?
I want Lenko.
I will please note that Lenko is a murderous drug lord. He's responsible for a whole lot of people being dead. And a lot of drugs.
Including, like, he's tied to the Infinity Papers or the Infinity Ledger somehow.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to roll
Again,
I'm going to
these
roll
are your
a
choices.
dice.
These are your choices.
I'm going to roll a dice. Evens, we save Lenko, and odds, we get an assassin, or we aim for an assassin.
Even.
I guess we're saving Lenko.
Well.
All right.
No, not random dice roll for choice. No.
No.
Well, I'm going to note that saving Lenko is going to be a bit more difficult than nabbing an assassin.
Fair. Very fair. He is also, there's so much that could go wrong with this.
Yes. So, as you try to push through this crowd of people, you notice one of the assassins. You don't know where the others are. And you push towards, trying to get towards Lenko, towards this courtyard. You're moving closer, and people are milling, and you can see the bodyguards are trying to push him towards his car, but there's quite a distance before you can get there. It's a little bit of madness, and you are trying to get closer, and then... Guess what?
What?
I need you to make a roll.
Okay.
I need you to make a roll as the first shot rings out.
Yep. Okay.
Evasion is the roll.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you a couple of things. You have some penalties on this die roll. The first penalty is you're going to get a -2 to this roll because you're carrying the necrophone, which is heavy, which makes it a little bit hard to be evasive.
Fair.
You also are going to get a -1 if you're trying to save Lenko. Except it makes it harder for you to dodge things if you're trying to save him. So
Fair.
that's a -3.
A -3.
Mm-hmm. For an evasion check.
Uh-huh.
Your advanced number is an 11.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm not going to make this.
That's the advance.
The advance is an 11.
Mm-hmm.
I have a -3 to whatever I end up rolling.
Mm-hmm. There is an extra problem that is available to you if you need it. And you can stunt athletics, which I think you've already used.
I have stunted athletics.
Have you stunted sense trouble?
No, I have not stunted sense trouble yet.
Have you used it?
No, I have used it once though.
Nope.
Yeah, I can only stunt preparedness, medic, mechanics, and filch.
Nope.
I'm getting low on dice.
You are getting low on dice. It's been a hard night.
It has.
So.
It has. I don't. Ooh.
You have 2 dice at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna pray for some kind of miracle with these 2 dice. I don't want to take the problem. I do have on guard.
Let's roll that first die.
Let's see what the first die gives us.
As you move closer, that's a 1. As you move closer, trying to move through the crowd, a shot rings out. And all of a sudden, there's a rapid series of shots coming from a sniper somewhere that's holed up around here, aiming towards Lenko. Boom! Pow! Pow! People are screaming. You're having to dodge from cover to cover to get closer to Lenko, to try to save him and maybe not get hit yourself. Roll your second die.
Oh, man. Now I really wish I'd gone after the assassin. This is right. Choices were made. The dice have spoken. Regret exists. And I do have an extra edge. I am going to use that edge because I really don't want to fail.
Do you want to use it now or later?
Can I use it later?
Yeah, you don't have to use it until you can always use your edges and your bonuses after you roll your last die.
Oh, perfect. Well, then in that case, let's
the only
roll
difference
the last
is
die.
You're probably not going to get an extra push. But if you don't, if the edge won't help you, then you can keep it for later. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's basically your choice is either put all of your resources in now, which means you might have dice left over to get an extra push, or hold on to your resources and then just add them in one at a time so that you may not have to use them. You won't get an extra push, but you may not have to use them.
Well, we can only take on the problem to get extra dice right now, right?
That is correct. Uh-huh.
And I don't want to take on a problem from this because I'm fairly certain I'm already going to get a problem from this. So here we go. Oh,
7.
All right. Okay.
I need you to describe how you get closer to Lenko as shots fire. This is like trying to keep, they're going for him. They want to kill him. You're at a 7. You're out of dice at the moment, but you can always get more. $11 is your advance.
Right. I think so. At this point, I think they would have just yelled out. No, they wouldn't have, because the whole point is to get Lenko to trust. Yeah, no, they would have. So they would just yell out the position. Would they have been able to see the position of one of those snipers with that notice earlier?
You got one, but not the other. And you didn't stunt sense trouble, so you don't know that one.
Yeah.
But right now you've not advanced. You don't know what your setback number is.
Yeah.
But you have an on guard, and you have an extra problem that you can take to get another 2 dice, 1 or 2. It's up to you. How important is this to you?
It's not that important to me. I mean, it's important to me, but I don't think it's important enough to lose my edge or take on an extra problem. So that's the number I'm sticking with, is a 7, for better or for worse.
And you call out?
Mm-hmm. And say, they'll call out the position of the assassin that they did notice. But they'll say Behar's, they'll specifically say Behar's assassin is, and name the position. That's what they'll yell out.
I see. So let's talk about a little bit more about this system for a moment. Not for you, because you know, but the audience doesn't know.
Oh, God.
And I just thought it might be interesting for you to note it. So in this system, there are two numbers. One the player knows and one the player doesn't. The number they know is the advance. If they get the advance, all is good. There's also another number, that's the setback number. If they roll under the setback number, it's bad. And in between is the hold. Right now, our player is hoping that 7 is good enough to get a hold and not be a setback.
Yep.
That is the concern. But we don't know if it's a hold or not. You are pushing to get close to Lenko. This is the person you've been searching for 2 years, that you've been studying, right? And these sniper bullets are bouncing off from somewhere. You can hear the echo of the gunshots in the courtyard, and they're bouncing off sort of disorientingly from the thick medieval walls of this villa. And as you are getting closer, people are screaming. Bodyguards are pushing people out of the way, trying to get to this car. And there is a car over there, and you can see it. It must be Lenko's car, and it's probably bulletproof. Maybe. You're not certain. It's got tinted glasses, and you are able to push to get closer, especially with that last roll, to get just inches away from him. You're just about ready to get there. But by the way, I forgot. You might, before you decide what you want to do, you forgot about the -3 to your total.
Oh, I did forget about the -3 to my total.
You're currently at a 4.
Son of a gun.
Do you want to take that edge or take that extra problem?
We're gonna take I'm gonna use the edge. I forgot about the 3.
Okay. Because you're currently at a 4 with the advance of an 11.
That's too low. That's too low.
It's a pretty low number.
Yeah, here we go. I'm glad you reminded me about that -3 because I did forget. Oh no, that's not great. I don't know if that's good enough.
That's a 6.
What's
the extra problem?
I'm debating now because I forgot about the -3 here.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell you, you're sitting at a 6.
I'm sitting at a 6.
You don't know if that's good enough or not, and that's up to you to wonder if you think that is.
I do not think that is good enough. I'm gonna take the problem.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm regretting the choice to allow dice to control this decision, but that is okay. That's okay. This is how we live. On the edge.
Make one more roll.
Oh man, the dice just
7.
really hate me today. But at least we're up to a 7, I guess.
So shall we talk about what that means? I'm gonna hand you a problem.
Yeah. I feel like this is gonna be so bad. Tell me about it, Crit Witch. This is sure lucky. Man, these dice.
Where's my problem? Here it is. I don't remember if this is face down or face up, because that's important. You know what I mean? Like, I want this to be face down. I don't want you to see it right now. And I'm afraid, there we go. Let's just make sure it's face down, because I need it to sit there as a problem. Just waiting for you. Yeah, impending for you. Where did you go? There you go.
So cool. So awesome.
There it is. Also, I'll get the right back for it. So let me just put it right there for you.
Ooh.
You get your fingertips on Lenko. You are just that close. Bullets shooting every which way. And right when you get to him, one bullet hits home.
Yep. Oh, man.
And it strikes him right in the chest. And as you get your hand on his shoulder, he begins to slump. I'm going to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
7 was the hold.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I spent that extra. Okay. I'm really,
You did
really
not get
happy
the
with that choice.
setback.
That's good. A setback is worse.
Would you like to know the difference between a setback and a hold?
I 110% would. I'm so curious right now.
The setback, as you look at Lenko, and you've got him in your arms right now, you're able to sort of catch him as he falls. He's coughing up blood. But he's not dead yet. Although, you know he's dying, and you have not much time left to get any information out of him that you might want. The assassins did their job. If you had a setback, he would have died immediately, and you could not have gotten anything out of him at all. You have a moment with him before he's gone, as people are screaming all around you.
I think what they will say is, I'm here on behalf of your, and they'll like lean, they'll like get close for this, right? They'll ear to ear, mouth to ear, like really close. And they'll say, I'm here on behalf of your vampires. What message do you want me to pass along?
As he's and he coughs a bit, he looks to you as if, may I ask what skill you're using? Because you have a couple of different interpersonal skills.
Question. Because so vampirology would not be a skill that I would use for this, but charm would be, right?
Charm, persuade, reassure, intimidate, all of those interpersonal skills would be the ones you would use. What approach do you think, as this person is dying, do you think would be the skill that you would use on this person?
Reassure.
Give it to me.
100% reassure. So they would say, it would just be like really close. And they will say, I'm so sorry. I tried to get here. I'm from your vampires. What message for them?
When you say vampires, he doesn't look shocked or disbelieving or surprised. He looks relieved.
I think Chrys, for a second, feels relief in seeing somebody out in this space also not reacting crazy at the word vampire.
And he says, tell them, Hollister, he says something. He says a word. It's like a curse word because he's clearly upset that he's dying. It's not in Spanish.
Do I know what language it's in?
I have to ask you, do you speak Romanian?
Oh, no.
Yes, of course you do. That's not a
right.
language.
Of course I do. Sorry.
You are a spy.
I forgot about that. You
speak all of those languages that you as an Interpol agent would need to know. So of course you speak Romanian. It may not be your best language, but of course you speak Romanian. You don't speak ancient Sumerian because you did not take the linguistic skill. But yes, of course you speak Romanian.
That's right.
And it's Romanian. And now that you think about it, when he was speaking Spanish, that accent, you're like, yeah, that could be Romanian. He's Romanian, you think.
Okay.
And he says, tell them, I don't know why they hard, pressing me, but Jarek, he's... Hollister is talking to a man named Jarek. I don't know why. The auction. And then he dies.
Chrys will slide out from under him, and they're gonna try and fade into the hubbub as fast as they can. They're going to try and get away before the bodyguards can pin them down.
I'm going to need you to flip over that problem card you took.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's not great. All right. Yes, other doc, you're right. I should have absolutely said yes.
Read it, would you?
Here we go. Problem: blowback. Loose ends. The assassins who hit Sam Lenko's party want you dead. Counter by throwing them off the trail.
And you disappear into the crowd. And there we go. And you, Diego, are gone. It is this moment that I must ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go next? Is this when you go to London?
Yes. Yeah, it absolutely is when I go to London. I think they go, they
Or
purchase the next flight out to London, which I assume would be, the next morning because it's late at night at this point.
Yeah.
So they get to spend a nice night with Diego, I think, before they fly out.
Do you use the phone? I mean, I'm just asking if you use the phone.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. But oh, this is so bad. Hang on, I'm deciding whether or not Chrys would actually do this. Yeah, because they don't trust Diego. After Diego falls asleep, somewhere in the time between sunrise when they have to start, getting to the airport and everything, they will use a little bit of Diego's blood in the phone.
He's gonna wake up.
Oh, he has to wake up? I want to do it without him waking up.
You're gonna puncture him to get his blood.
I know.
That is going to hurt. You know what I mean?
Well, some people sleep really well. How do I know Diego doesn't sleep really well?
Also, it's probably not going to work unless you use your blood.
Oh.
Because you will be communicating.
Oh, I would be the communicator. Yeah, that would make sense. I couldn't do it the other way. Well. No, we're gonna hold off on this, and we're gonna go figure out this Jarek person that Hollister is talking to then.
Okay.
Because don't say okay like that. That makes me worried. That makes me more worried. If
you don't want to take an extra shadow problem, that's an extra shadow. That's fine, I guess.
Well, that is going to happen at some point, but actually now would be kind of the perfect time to be able to take it.
Would it?
Huh?
Would it? Or would it be the worst time?
Right before I'm about to travel. So hit
traveling,
it up.
Traveling is taking time.
Traveling is taking time.
And whenever
traveling is taking time.
I get to
go. They also
get
time. No.
I get to do blowback.
I'm not using the phone.
You could. I mean, it's just fine.
I could have used the phone.
If you wanted to. I think it would be great for me. But okay.
No,
fine.
it would be bad. Well, so the only reason I don't want to, I'm probably handing you fodder at this point, but chat, this is for you. Don't listen, Trooper. The only reason I don't want to use, the only reason I don't want to use Chris's blood right now is because I've got that other shadow problem. And like if the guy has eyes on them, the last thing I want to do is like compound that aspect by putting their blood into the you're listening to me.
What? No, I'm
Anyway.
not. I'm actually just I'm just noting all the terrible things I get to do with you when you hit Shadow 3. That's what I'm noting. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
That's all. So we're not gonna use that phone yet until Chris has more information. Because I think we need more information. But yeah, definitely headed to London or to Kensington, to Hollister's house. To figure out who is this person that he's talking to there. And what does the auction have to do with it?
Our agent. Our agent makes a flight to leave Spain and head to London, where a very mysterious man, Hollister, working for a vampire most definitely, is doing something mysterious. We are going to end, but before we do, there are a few things that need to be taken care of. This is what we call taking time. When you take time, the first thing that happens is you refresh all of your abilities.
Good news, everyone. Because I was running real low.
And you can do one thing. I already know what it is, so it's not really a choice, but I just want to say it out loud so that it is known. When you take time, you refresh all of your abilities, but also you may also do one other thing, including changing your edge masteries if you want to. Swap one of them out. You can counter a problem, just one problem. Like, for example, if you were, you could try to take time by getting rid of that blowback problem. Right now, it would be 2 taking times, though, by the way, because you have to take time to try to get them off your trail, and then also take time to travel. And that gives me two things I get to do. So you can counter a problem, change your edge masteries, you can heal. If you have any injury cards, you can turn them into harm cards. You can lay low, which will help you, you stay hidden, stay off the streets, which will help you discard, which will allow you to discard 1 heat problem. Or you can travel from one place to another.
If I use, I think it was unshakable, can I get rid of a problem without taking time?
What does
so in other words, I wouldn't give you 2.
Yeah. What is your what, pray tell, is your unshakable? I think you should explain it to the audience. I think they don't know what it is. So each agent gets 3 edge masteries because they are badass super secret agents. Burned. They get to have 3 special abilities that usually once they use them, they're gone for the operation. So which one are you using?
Okay, so unshakable. This is the one I'm debating using. Unshakable. If I still hold this card at the end of the operation, discard it to counter any problem. So can I use that now, or do I need to wait?
End of the operation.
I don't need to. End of the operation. Okay. Don't think my other 2 are applicable. Well, if I use vanish, can I get rid of blowback?
Read me your vanish.
Hang on, let me find it real fast. We'll try vanish. If you're out of sight of the enemies, you can escape from a scene. You can't bring anyone or anything with you. This is the dramatic equivalent of an ejector seat.
That would not get rid of that blowback because they've seen it.
Okay.
I mean, wait. Well,
it would mean they couldn't follow me, right? But it would mean they would still want to if they saw me again.
I will let you use it, but there is a cost.
Okay. What's my cost?
Do you remember what exactly that card said? That you get to leave, vanish out of sight, but you cannot take anyone or anything with you, right? So anyone or anything. Exactly what did it say? Read that again.
Just gummit. No.
Just read it.
Oh,
Yep,
I see
no, just
what
read
your
it.
cost. Yep. Okay. All right. It's anything or anyone. So I would
Right.
lose both Diego and
The necrophone.
I absolutely don't want to use Vanish. Well, dadgummit.
I'm just saying that you absolutely could just ditch Diego there to be murdered by captured and murdered by the assassins, which will have consequences, and also lose the necrophone and have Behar's people pick up the necrophone, which I'm sure also would have consequences. It's up to you.
There's no way I'm losing the necrophone.
Wait,
and
what about
also Diego? I guess.
Oh yeah, and also
Diego. Okay, and also Diego. Okay, well, I guess so I could take time to clear loose ends. It would be taking 2 times is what I would be doing here. And that is the question, is if I want to take 2 times.
Yeah.
And no, for right now I just want to take 1 time.
Okay.
I love the reactions in chat to the willingness I have to lose Diego, which is absolutely fair.
So you have a lovely night. Sort of. Slightly vaguely weird, sort of chilly. You mentioned it to Diego. He doesn't think it's actually particularly cold in the apartment, but you feel a chill. And early the next morning, you head off to London. Everything is refreshed.
So Annie makes a point of that it's or and not and. I'm wondering if it would lose.
Is it or?
Yeah, it is or. You can't bring anything or anyone with you.
Yeah, no, that's
it's not
that's both.
It's all of it, right?
You don't say, yeah, because you don't say anything and anything. You can't bring this and this. It's bring this or that, right? And it's neither one of those things. Yeah, so you cannot bring any. It's an inclusive or. Yeah. So nice try.
I just have to check all the boxes, and if chat is so kind enough to give me an extra box,
they're trying.
I appreciate them. That's all I have to say.
I need you to make 1 roll.
Okay.
As you fly to London. You are at the passport control office. Could you make a cover roll? Your advance is 7, and you have a -1 for every heat you have, which means it's a -1.
A -1. Okay, well, at least there's that. It's only. So what was my advance number? A 7?
7.
Okay.
And mark that cover.
Here we go. Here's the first one. I think I did. Did I mark it? I did.
A 3.
Okay.
That is a 3. And as you step up to passport control, the people are looking. Pardon me, can I get your papers, please?
Sure. And they'll pass over. I imagine this would not be, since they're a burned Interpol agent, they wouldn't be using their original passport. They would have some other way that they have gotten over into Spain. So it would be whatever that identity is.
You have 1 more die.
Here we go. That's right. Cross your fingers, everyone. Here we go.
A 5.
Yay!
That's a 9 -1. And by the way, Max, those little targets are indeed important advantages. They're called pushes. You make your number.
They get things done.
They do. You make your number. I know they keep going with new faces. I'm going to make a thing. Don't worry about it. I'm going to work it out for you later, audience. And she looks at your paperwork. She looks at your passport. And she says, "You're American, is that right?"
Yep, that's right.
"Oh. Is it true what they say?"
Which part?
"Well, that everything is bigger there."
Sure. Yeah. Trucks, roads,
Hmm.
people, everything.
Oh, interesting. Well, oh, I'm so sorry. There is something wrong here. I'll just fix that for you. By the way, and please enjoy your stay in London.
Thank you so
And-
much, Clarice.
Of course. Because you advanced, you maybe get rid of that heat problem.
Which one?
The heat. Security cameras.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Does that mean my heat also goes down?
That is correct.
Hey.
Your heat is back down to 0 because, you advance on that one. And you make your way into London. A nice, beautiful city. You've been here many times before.
It's true.
And it is cool. There's a nice fog. Buses move by, people move, and in this city, there's a man named Hollister. Now, I suppose if you wanted to, you could have just gone to Morocco and hung out with Behar. I don't know if you wanted to hang out with more drug lords, but that was a possibility if you wanted to. But I feel as if all the things you're looking for might be here. And with that heavy suitcase in your hand, you make your way into the streets of London. Where are you going?
So I have his address. I'm gonna change my appearance slightly. Put on some things that would make it easy to remember the clothing I wore versus the face that was on top of the clothing. And I'm gonna go to Hollister's to talk to his secretary and see if they know a Jarek on the books.
Because again, I will also note, you can always just, I don't know what your vibe is. If you talk to folks right away, if you go and do like a, what's the word? Surveillance. But you're going to talk to the secretaries and ask if they know a Jarek. And as you move towards his Kensington office, wondering what you might find there. Will he be there today at this time of day? You don't know his schedule yet. What might you find at Hollister Consultancy? And what happened to Samantha Curtis? And now that Lenko's dead, what will that mean for whatever is happening behind these doors? And what does it have to do with this strange jar of earth in your suitcase that takes blood? As you look up at the building, you can just hear in your ear, "Well, how interesting.
You. What do you know
call?
about Hollister?
Oh, I don't really know Hollister just yet. My memory is still somewhat faulty. I have a lot of gaps in my memory.
Do you know anything about a Jarek?
No, I don't.
How about an auction?
No, I mostly speak to agents. Listen to their troubles. But I can't remember my other clients, except for one, I think. There are a few more, but they're very shadowy to me. It's not like me, actually. I'm usually quite good at remembering names and faces.
You've mentioned this client before. This other one.
Yes.
Does he know about vampires too? Or she? Or they?
There was a time when none of my clients knew about vampires. And there was a time when I didn't know about vampires. But now I feel as if the only people I talk to know something about vampires.
What do you know about vampires?
I keep forgetting.
What a shame.
Do you feel your fingers?
Yeah.
I've stopped feeling my fingers. Do you think that's odd?
I thought vampires didn't exist a month ago.
Sometimes I have nightmares.
What do you see?
I see myself in a room being beaten. And a figure in the dark with glowing red eyes watching. And they're asking me about a client.
Glowing red eyes? What client are they asking about?
All of you. I don't think I said anything.
Even while you were being tortured?
No. I don't think so. But I just feel very cold now.
Have you been outside lately, Doctor? Seen the sun? Felt it on your skin?
Can't seem to leave my office. I don't really know where I am when I'm not talking to you or the others.
These dreams you keep having with a red-eyed man. Did you have one last night?
No, also it was a woman.
Multiple people? Or same person?
Her name was Lady Ascati, was her name. That's all I remembered. Before... I don't remember. But I don't think this is your appointment. You have work to do.
Yes, I do. Doctor,
Yes.
do you have another dream about Lady Ascati? Would you tell me?
I don't really
I
dream
promise
anymore.
not to tell anyone else. You don't dream?
No. Not anymore.
Doctor, where's your office?
Just outside of town. Downtown. That's right. Downtown.
Downtown. US then. But not Charlotte. Charlotte's uptown.
I'm pretty sure I've had more than one office. It's a little unclear now. Things are fuzzy. I can't actually open the door to my office when I try. It seems locked from the outside. That seems strange, don't you think?
It's very strange. What did you have for breakfast, Doctor?
I don't remember the last time I had breakfast. I don't remember this morning. I don't remember much besides meeting with you and the others. And being in that room, I think I was in a ship, in the hold of a ship, and the woman was there with the red eyes.
Red eyes, woman in a ship. Do you see any dirt?
I didn't see much. I was being beaten at the time.
Fair.
But
Doctor.
I remember. Yes.
Do you think you are somewhere with the vampires? Do you think they're listening to this?
Oh no, I'm in my office.
Hmm.
Ever since whenever that was, everything's been calm. I'm just here to help out my clients.
Sorry, Doc, my headset decided to cut out on us again. What did you say?
Oh, sometimes the connection is difficult. Now ever since then, I'm just here to help my clients with whatever troubles they might have. They don't tend to have other people to talk to about these things.
Well, if you ever want to talk to me about what you're seeing with Lady Ascali. How do you say her name again?
Ascali. I remember them calling her that. But I don't really have many memories left anymore. Just...
Doctor, it sounds like you're under some kind of vampire's control.
No, I don't think so.
You also think you're in your office right now.
Where do you think I am?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where you're calling me from because it's not going through my phone.
Well, as far as I can tell, we're talking on the phone. My office to your phone.
Right. But this is my phone.
Or maybe I'm just a figment of your imagination.
You know, Doc, that's kind of worse.
I don't really...
Doc, if you can... What?
Remember anything unless I'm talking to one of my clients.
Doc, if you figure out anything new about Lady Ascali, you'd tell me, right? As soon as I call, that is.
That's the thing. Whenever I'm not talking to you or one of the others, it's like I don't exist. I can't find out anything, or eat breakfast, or call my husband, or my children, or walk outside in the sunlight or the moonlight. I can't do anything. I don't really... It's like only when you call me do I wake up. One of the others tells me something about her. I will remember that, I think. Would you do me a favor?
If I can. What do you need?
Would you call my husband and tell him that I'll be home late?
Sure. What's his name? What's his number?
Do you have a pen?
I've got my phone.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I still use pens and papers. I always have.
Huh.
It's more secure that way, actually. No one can break in. Security protocol. It's not that.
I hide it in numbers. No one knows how to read numbers. In
Yes.
case there's any question, I think Chrys absolutely only takes their notes in numbers, and it's a whole cryptography, like.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
They have their own cipher.
Oh, well, my husband, you can call him Chipper. That's what I call him. Chipper, Charles. He's a lovely fellow. I think you might like him. I don't normally give off my private phone number. It's just that I can't call out of the office to anybody but you all, the clients. I can't call anyone else, even though I try. The phone doesn't go through.
It's odd.
I think so. Can't get
It's
the
all right. I
operator
can do
either.
this for you.
Yes. He's Charles Nguyen. And he gives you a number, Washington, D.C. area code. Just give him a call and tell him I will be home from work as soon as I can get out of the office.
Sure thing. I'd be happy to. Anything
Thank
for
you.
you, Doc. And if you think
Well-
of anything else I can do for you, you'll let me know.
Yes. We'll have our regular appointment so you can tell me how you're doing.
Sure. Yeah.
Good.
I'll schedule it with your assistant.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Be careful. I feel as if her perfume is in the air.
Lady Ascari?
Yes. That's why I called.
Good.
Well,
I look forward to meeting her.
I don't think you would, actually. I think you probably shouldn't, if you could avoid it. Well, that's all of our time. Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc. Thanks for the call.
Oh, of course. And the presence is gone.
I think we see Chrys drop their cigarette on the street and grind it out, because I assume they've just kind of been standing in one of those little parks that's across the way from, just smoking their cigarette when all of this happened. And they tack a couple more notes into their phone, noting Lady am I saying her name right? Escadi?
Escadi.
Oh, I misspelled it. Scadi.
Escadi. Yeah.
Thank you, Escadi. And then they're going to, with their brand new burner phone, I assume they're swapping burner phones every time they jump to a new location. Protocol, obviously. So with their brand new burner phone, they're going to give Chip a call. If we have time before. I know you were rounding out the session, so I can wait to do this till next one.
No, I feel that's a nice end.
Okay.
The UK's ahead of us, yeah? So this will be earlier.
Yeah.
Here, hello?
Hi, is this Chip? Charles?
Yes, this is he.
Your husband. He asked me to let you know that he's... How long has your husband been gone?
You mean my husband? You know what? I'm really sick and tired of all these kind of pranks.
Pranks? I'm so sorry. Could you elaborate? I was not let in that this was a prank.
Who told you to call me?
That's classified. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Please. Who's been pranking you?
You, obviously. And all the rest of you. Why don't you just leave me alone?
Do you know... Did you not have a husband?
Of course I had a husband.
Is he no longer with us? I'm so sorry
It's
for your
classified,
loss.
I'm sure you know. I don't know why you all just don't leave me alone.
They don't give us enough information. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm at the bottom of the rung here, and they asked me to give you a call to let you know that he's not entirely gone.
What does that mean? We had a funeral and everything.
I know. Yeah,
Yes.
I just... It's not like you can tell anyone, is the thing. I couldn't not let you know. That's why I'm
pretty
calling
sick.
this late.
I saw the body.
Would you remind me, how long ago was it?
2 years ago.
I'm sorry. 2 years, yeah. That's... Well, I just spoke to him, so...
You can't have. He's dead.
I know.
I don't know why you keep messing with
Someone
me.
like him, then. I'll stop. I'm so sorry.
There's
I didn't mean to
nobody like
wake you.
him.
Everyone says that about the person they love.
He's a really good man.
That's what I think, too.
And he should have been murdered.
Did they ever get to the bottom of who did it?
Drug cartels, they said.
Always drug cartels. Was it Lenko's? Behar?
I don't know, they said it was classified.
They always do.
I don't know why they took him. He didn't do anything.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you in on a secret, all right?
Who am I talking to?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, and I think he's involved, and I think he actually might still be alive somehow, and I just...
Look, I saw his body. They tortured him. We had to have a closed casket. It's awful.
I think there are
His
things that... I'm so sorry, go ahead.
body was bloated. That clearly kept him underwater for I don't even know how long it was. It was terrible.
Is that how he passed? Underwater?
Yeah. He was drowned.
That's so awful.
Eaten. His body was just so cold, you know?
And they told you who killed him that was classified? That the mafia ring was classified?
Yeah, they said that he died doing a service for his country and give me some ribbon.
Oh God, not another ribbon.
He never did anything to anybody.
Well, can't imagine somebody like him would. Was he, before everything happened, was there anything different
No,
about him, about the way he came home?
Well, I was going to say no, but he was just a therapist for government people mostly.
Right.
Nothing really out of the ordinary or strange. But before he was kidnapped, he started taking some files home, which I thought was strange because all those files were classified. He wasn't allowed to take them home, but he was taking files home, client files, locking them in the house safe. I don't know why. It's sort of strange.
Do you still have those files?
Never had the combination to a safe, I'm afraid. So I don't know if they're still in there or not.
Between you and I'm not supposed to be looking into this, but I can't put it down. I just have to get to the bottom of it. It helped me to see those files.
I don't really want to go in there.
No, fair.
He was just mumble something about the seasons.
Seasons?
Yeah. Things he said. He said, he has to protect the seasons. I didn't know what that meant, though.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Can I? I have to take care of something in the place that I'm at right now before I can get over there, but can I get your address? I'd like to take a look at that safe if I could. I think it might help in terms of tracking things down, in terms of figuring out. And I understand if you don't want to, if this opens an old wound and it is just an awful thing, but if you want answers as much as I do, I'm willing to help you here.
Look, after this all went down, some people, government people, they came to me and they said, here's your ribbon. Your husband's dead. And they said that if I want to keep my daughter safe, I'm not going to go looking into this any further. There are dangerous people out there. And as long as I stay with my head down, they won't notice me like they noticed him.
How old is your daughter?
Now? 7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we gotta protect her. I'm so sorry I called.
I think he died to protect people.
That would have been easier. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. And if I can find any other way or any other leads, I will absolutely follow those first. I'm sorry for disturbing you tonight. I
have to get
hope
up in
she
the
lives a
morning.
long.
I have to get up in the morning. I have to make sandwiches, breakfast.
Right. Yeah. No, my gosh, it's got to be 2 a.m. there right now.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know who you are, but maybe you don't need to look into what happened to my husband either, if you want to stay safe.
I'm going to do my best to make sure you and your little girl don't end up in the middle of this. Promise.
Nobody knows about the files in the safe, if they're still there, if you didn't take them out. And I don't know what the seasons mean.
I don't know either. But they're in the safe.
Be more helpful.
No, you've actually been really helpful so far. It has answered some questions for me. Are
He said his clients have been, some of them had died.
did he
Killed.
mention any names?
Code names, I don't know who they were in real life, of course.
No, that's all right. Code names would be really helpful. Not to bring any heat onto you, in fact, to keep it away from you as much as I can.
He was just concerned about clients being fired.
Clients
Mostly.
being... Which client got fired? Which clients
couple
got
of them.
fired?
I don't know how many, but just a mysterious rash of clients being involved in incidents and being fired, and he thought that was strange because he said they had similar stories and all the ones with similar stories got fired. He wouldn't tell me a lot of details. Then
He
some of them
didn't tell
ended
you
up
what the
dead.
stories were? Did he talk
No.
about bookkeeping at all, or ledgers that didn't make sense?
No, patient client
No, right, of course, no.
confidentiality.
The code names. You said he mentioned a few of the code names. What were the code names he mentioned?
I don't know. None of them really made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah,
One was
that's-
well, what was it? Michelangelo? No. Archangel was one.
Okay.
Hephaestus, some Greek name. No. Some Greek mythology thing was one of them, I think.
Prometheus?
Yes, that was one. There were a couple of others. He wouldn't give me details about whoever they were. Just said they were in trouble. And there were irregularities. He was worried.
Well, he was right to be worried. Clearly, I mean, otherwise he'd be there with you right now.
He would have been kidnapped.
Where was he kidnapped from?
I don't know. He went off to work one day and then he just never came back. And
Oh, yeah.
called the office. I called his bosses. I called the Pentagon. I called everybody. And they said they'd look into it.
Did they have a ransom note or anything?
No, nothing like that.
That's so weird.
I know. He never told me anything about drug dealers. But he just went into work one day and never came back. Men in dark suits and sunglasses came in one day and said that, the ribbon, all of that.
Right.
So he was kidnapped by drug dealers. Some kind of terrorist thing, I guess.
Yeah, no. Clearly. I'm gonna ask a really weird question. Are you ready for a
Okay.
really weird question?
Sure, I guess.
One second. Did he mention vampires at all?
What do you mean? Like the movies?
No.
The book?
Like, I think the fact you're asking me these questions gives me the answer I'm looking for.
Not in general. I mean, he was reading Dracula by Bram Stoker. That was it.
Oh, yeah. I've read it. Interesting book.
I guess, yeah.
When did he start reading that?
Oh, I don't know. He got a copy of the book in the mail from a friend, I guess. Like a first edition or something. And he was reading it.
Oh, do you still have that copy?
I think so. Somewhere in the house. It's probably in his papers. I haven't been in his office.
Would you...
His home office, I haven't been there.
No, fair, absolutely fair. I'm just wondering if you would be willing to let me, as discreetly as possible, take a look at that and see if I can get into the safe with those papers at some point. I promise that I am not going to bring any heat to your house. If I will, I won't come.
No offense, but I don't even know who you are.
That's a really good point. Coffee first, at the very least, then, I guess. I wish I could tell you more. I mean, I just... Be careful. Don't touch this. Don't look into anything else. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, whoever you are. Good luck, I guess.
Thanks, Chip. Do you care if... Would you rather Charles?
I don't think I know you well enough for you to call me Chip, but
Fair.
only he did. It was just a nickname between he and I. So I don't know how you knew it.
I don't know if you believe me if I told you. I don't know if I believe me.
If you know what I mean, I guess that means you must have talked to him at some point.
Yeah, I did. He cares a lot about you.
Cared.
He loves both of you so much.
Loved.
Sure.
Well, I teach kindergarten. I have to go.
Thank you for taking this call and talking to me. I hope you have a good day, Charles.
I don't know why people call me. I guess he was just that sort of guy that lingers with you, I guess.
Who else has called you about this? Yeah, you'd said earlier others were pranking you with this. That's such a weird thing.
People saying that he had a message for me. It's sick.
What were the messages? I'm so sorry. I don't mean to pry, but I just... It sounds like what happened with a friend of mine, and I'm hoping it'll help me with that.
Just that he was trying to get home, that he was going to be late.
Other people called letting you know he's going to be late.
Yeah.
Well then... Hope is a dangerous and amazing thing, Charles. Maybe don't let go of it.
You didn't see his body.
I know.
Anyway, whoever you are, be safe, I guess.
Thanks. Don't tell anyone about this call. It'll be better for you. And then Chrys will hang up.
And that is where we end our session.
Oh my God. Okay. So interesting. Now Chrys knows about other people who have been fired after a mysterious rash of incidents and the name of at least one other code name. And they know they know what he does for a living. So it's possible to go to DC and find him.
Yeah. I bet somebody could track him down if they wanted to. All sorts of people could. Now you know that information.
Oh, God. What other people were listening? I think that's the big question.
Anyhow, hey, everybody, that's our session for tonight. I'm sure there would be people who would love to know about Chip and that he exists and that he might have files.
Oops.
I bet
that
they
on
would.
An open line.
So anyhow, this is our session. Everybody, this was us. I'd like to do our outros. How about if you tell us who we are and where we can find you next while I go to see if we had any donations, take it away. Oh, and
Sounds
then
good.
also,
Yes.
there are no other players to give love to, but give your anticipation or your moment. Give your moment, your favorite moment. There you go.
Oh, my favorite moments. Okay. Okay. Just us listening. They're not going to tell anybody else about what we just learned. Thank you,
Are
chat.
you
Please
sure?
keep this
I
under
do.
your hats.
Do we know that
Chat.
everybody in chat is trustworthy and none of them are going to tell people?
So first off, Chrys would say no because Chrys trusts nobody. But Ari believes that everybody in chat is on the up and up. Look at all these fine folk. Yes, even you, Crit Witch. Oh no.
Hey, chat, I'll just give you a poll later about whether you want to sell out all this info.
No, you guys, be trustworthy. Be trustworthy. Don't the uppitiest of ups. Excellent. Um, so I have many, if only there, I know. But I think we know he's dead at this point. Or maybe not. I don't, well, he's something. He's something not alive anymore. Or something. That is a big, maybe he's a vampire. Okay, I have a question. Okay, so first off, hi, I'm Ari_Adventures. You can find me online here on Sundays. Okay, Hawkeye. Yes, that's right. No one's mentioned a price yet, sir. And that is a good point that it could be everybody has a price. I hope none of you have that is don't start thinking of prices. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, right. I'm Ari. You can find me online here on Sundays. And oh, well, I guess just one more Sunday is what we've got, I think, Trooper. Anyway, I don't know.
Technically, we might need
Technically.
another one, but we can't do the one after that because I'm going to be in a cabin in the woods.
Fair, because reasons. Oh, you can also find me live in Seattle, Washington, performing at Unexpected Productions. I will be in a show called Mouth Wide Shut, which is a completely improvised mind show. So we will say absolutely nothing, and we will do lots of, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm just watching the number of things that this chat, you guys. Okay, chat is a moment for sure. Just all of chat the whole way through this episode. You guys have been fantastic and it's been delightful. And there were other moments. Another one that I really, really appreciated
I'm so sorry, one moment. By the way, chat, you should have noticed there is a poll. Go ahead, continue on.
There is a poll. There is a poll. Oh man. Okay, other dot can be bought. So there's a lot of, some people. Yeah, that's a good point, Void Smoker. Whoever is buying this out is potentially putting a 7-year-old's life in danger. I will just put that on the table.
Putting a bunch of people's lives in danger.
There's a lot of lives in danger. Oh, there was another show I was gonna check. Oh, right. The other show you can see me in Seattle, Washington is called Impossible Loves. And it is exploring the concept of if a paranormal creature fell in love with regular average human, what would that look like, especially if they couldn't necessarily talk about all of their powers out in public? And then in terms of moments tonight, of course, chat is a moment throughout the whole thing.
Chat is a moment. Chat is a moment.
Chat is a moment.
Chat is the moment.
Absolutely. I think the other moment that I will call out, Trooper, is you doing the back and forth between Lenka and everybody else in the room, like Curtis, and just you owning that entire scene so beautifully and setting up so much. Like I took more notes in that part because I was just like, okay, it's this, and then having you like confirm where my gut was at in terms of like, okay, so that does mean that he's contacting a vampire, and this does mean that like he knows about vampires. All of that really set me up well for that piece where he's dying in the arms to be able to ask one single question that was effective, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for that beautiful moment between all of those characters, building up so much of the world and in such a clear way while staying true to the people that were in the room. Yes.
Well, by the way, just a side note, it turns out that chat is not going to tell anyone your secrets.
Oh, chat, I knew it. You all are wonderful. And whoever is the 30%, I see you. I see you.
Well, on the plus side, nobody's going to tell the feds.
Oh, well, in that case, we're all good.
Just the yeah. Go on. You were
Just the
saying.
vampires.
You were saying.
I think that's it. It was that beautiful moment. I mean, if I can add more moments on there, I would absolutely throw like the whole Diego, like the whole concept of Diego as a character living somewhere in between everything all the
Yeah.
time. Like, yes, of course, Chrys is going to be like, I sleep with you. That's,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
And you can like take time, and that's so lovely.
Oh, isn't that great to take time?
Yeah. Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Lenko seems to be very important to those vampires.
Yeah, and he's dead now. Isn't that
Hmm.
awful?
Hmm.
Oh, and I was right there when he died. That's probably bad.
I don't know. Hmm. Weird. Anyhow,
I'm
yeah.
really worried.
I'm TrooperSJP, and I have been the facilitator for this one-to-one Seasons of Death Summer our show. This was episode 2. Next Sunday at 2:30, we will be back here for episode 3. We are in London, going to find out a Jarek and an auction. I don't know if we need one more episode after next week. It really depends on how it goes. I can't say. We will find out.
Oh.
I don't know what's going to
Oh.
happen, but I do know that there's some stuff, and either we'll finish next week or we'll have to wait until 2 weeks after, maybe, depending on Ari's availability. We'll find out what happens next week. That's what it is. And yeah, because I mean, you know what? Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe we'll just hang out in London, pick up some stuff, and then stuff. There's some things. Do you know what I mean? Anyway,
Yes.
yeah, there's some things that you don't know about, but I do.
I don't. Oh, bum bum bum.
Yeah. Hollister wanted money for something. So we're going to I'm gonna call out those people who gave us some bits and tips.
Money for.
I want to thank you, Time of Gifts. Time of Gifts donated 4,000 bits, and that is going to be going to pay for our cast member this way. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody who watched, everyone who's been here. I think the title for today's episode is going to be Chip, and because that's vague.
So
And
big.
yeah, can you imagine if various ex-clients of the doctor keep calling the house being like, hey, your husband said that he'd come home late and he's been dead for 2 years? That's not fun.
No, I imagine
You
it's
know?
just reopening the wound over and
Yeah,
over and over again.
yeah. Since he's dead,
Right?
like his body was all there, gross and bloated and tortured and beaten by terrorist drug dealers or whatever. It's some sort of government,
And
I just know.
and Chip saw it. Like,
Yeah. So the body's, it's not like there was no body. There absolutely was a body. Also weird. They did get the body back. I suppose drug dealers must have been some kind of like probably brought in special forces, whatever, to try to get the bodies back. They did not give a lot of details to Chip about what happened. Classified.
just a ribbon.
Just a ribbon. Yeah. Chip had to identify the body. And anyhow, I suppose next week we have got London. We've got Hollister. We may have an auction. And puppers. Puppers.
That's a new name.
Oh, big
Puppers?
dogs. Dogs, puppies.
Oh, right. Oh no, I don't know if that's a puppy.
Specifically Hollister's puppy. Massive, massive, massive puppy. perhaps also undead. Anyhow, so I wouldn't say undead. I would just say,
Unalive.
you know what? I'm just not going to say much about that puppy. You'll meet the puppy, maybe. We'll find out. So that's us.
I don't want to.
Don't you like dogs? Don't you like dogs? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, I'm suddenly more of a cat person.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just... You interesting. Do speak speak Romanian. Interesting. Anyhow, so good old Baskerville. That's us. You can find me. What is today? Today's Sunday. You can find me Monday, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern on the Wandering Inns YouTube channel for Overgrown, which is like me being a rabbit who's too old for this. Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Laugh Live Lindy's channel for Reading Between the Lines or Good Society game. And then Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on this channel, my channel, will be Sandman. Our 1980s weird, like very surreal game is coming back for 2 episodes for Adventure 3 with Laugh Live Lindy, Rocket Fox, and also Simon Wandering DM. And then we will be back here on Sunday for episode 3 of Seasons of Death Summer. This is our summer season. And we so far have met 2 seasons. There are 2 more. Anyhow, that's us. Much love. And catch you all on the flip side. Don't tell the vampires or the feds. Bye, everybody.